once, I would like to congratulate everybody and offer everybody a happy Children's Month. It is an honor and privilege to be in the presence of such remarkable people who have fearlessly protected the rights of children in all the ways that you're able. And I would like to take this time to acknowledge the presence of key members at present. OIC Secretary Frederick Rida from the Department of Justice. Undersecretary Margarita N. Gutierrez. Assistant Secretary Mike and Annika Granong. And Assistant Secretary Ada Colico from the Department of Social Welfare and Justice. Your invariable support has made this all possible, and we thank you for your presence on this day. Now, let us hear a few words from the chairperson of the DOJ Gender and Development and Special Protection Office and the Undersecretary in charge for the Committee for the Special Protection of Children, Undersecretary Raul T. Vasquez of the Department of Justice for his opening remarks. You may now look at the camera.
Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. On behalf of the Department of Justice, I welcome all our partners from civil society organizations, justice sector agencies, grassroots advocates, and every individual who continues to stand for our human rights agenda. Today, it is not just a conference. It is a declaration that the Philippines must be defined by compassion, accessibility, and inclusion. That human rights are not just optional, but are fundamental, and that no one, especially the vulnerable, the silenced, and the forgotten, should be left behind. Guided by the Philippine Development Plan 2023-2028, this summit calls to expand access to justice, covering not just courtrooms and barangays, but also communities, even homes in our everyday lives. Through the Justice Sector Coordinating Council and in partnership with CSOs, we gather today with one belief that justice is strongest not when delivered from the top, but when built from the ground with the people and the community. Over the next 3 days, we confront three core pillars of human rights. Day one is for children, vulnerable yet full of hope. Child justice must be restorative, not punitive. Healing, not condemning. Every child deserves protection and a new beginning. They are, after all, the future of our nation. Day two focuses on our protected sectors, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, and others often unseen. Their struggle is not always injustice, but invisibility. A justice system is only as strong as its service to those with the least strength. Justice that cannot be reached is justice denied. We must share in making the unseen and forgotten amongst us occupy their rightful role in our society. Day three demands that no woman in this country should suffer in silence. Our laws may be strong, but law is not, if not implemented properly, is nothing. And every katarungan para sa kababaihan ay hindi dapat para lang sa malakas o konektado. dapat maramdaman mo kahit tahimik ka, kahit natatakot ka. Empowering women means that we fortify the fabric of our society. If there is one message I want to emphasize and highlight, it is this: justice is a shared responsibility for all. Policies and programs are useless unless people bring them to life and action. Government agencies can open doors, but civil society organizations help people walk through them. The synergy and coordination of the two are paramount for the success of our human rights program. That is why we are here, ladies and gentlemen, that we have this Justice Summit, not just to speak, but to listen, not just to inform, but to collaborate, not just to exchange ideas, but to build solutions that reflect the real struggles of Filipinos. Let us remember, justice is not measured by how many cases are closed and settled, but by how many lives are saved and protected. Hindi sapat ang hustisya kung ang tao ay natatakot pa rin. Hindi sapat ang karahasan ay nagiging biro o ang kababaghian ay ginagawang punchline. We have seen what happens when fear replaces due process, when force replaces dialogue, when insults replace leadership. Hindi na tayo babalik sa panahon na yon. Hindi nating hayaang bumalik ang Pilipinas sa ganoong huri ng pamumuhay at hustisya. The justice we are building must be rooted not in intimidation, but in integrity and honor. Not in cruelty, but in courage and firmness of mind. The kind that protects and not humiliates. Because true strength is not shown by how harsh we can be or how violent our lives could become, but by how humane we chose to be. Sa summit na ito, patunayan natin ang isang bagay, at ito yun: ang karapatang pantao ay hindi sagabal sa kaayusan, bagkus ito ang pundasyon ng kapayapaan. Ang malasakit ay hindi kahinaan. Ito ang tunay na kapangyarihan. At ang hustisya ay hindi sandata laban sa tao. Ito ang dapat maging sandalan ng lahat ng tao. Maraming salamat po at welcome sa Justice Summit 2025.
Thank you, Yusek Vasquez. May we continuously live out your message of hope, community, and cooperation as we strive to push through our commitments to advance real justice for every child in the country. Now, to deliver the keynote address, we are honored to welcome OIC Secretary Frederick A. Vida of the Department of Justice. Let's all give him a round of applause.
Please be seated. Thank you very much. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Good morning. Partikular na pagbati po sa kasama ko dito sa harapan, si Assistant Secretary Ada Calico from the DSWD. Good morning. Police Brigadier General Sheila Portento. Good morning, ma'am. And of course, Dr. Bernie Madrid from the Child Protection Network. Good morning. Sa mga kasama sa Department of Justice, sa pangunguna ni Yusek Marge Gutierrez at ni Asek Anika Granong. Good morning. Sa lahat po ng mga nadito ngayong umaga, araw ng Lunes, mula po sa isang long weekend, no? Sa pagbisita natin sa ating mga namayapang nauna na. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. And for my address, my dear colleagues, it is with great honor that I welcome you all to the Department of Justice First Justice Summit. We are proud to hold this summit for all our vital partners as we are joined today by representatives from different NGAs, national government agencies, NGOs, civil society organizations, and other justice sector stakeholders. Later this afternoon, Secretary Amina Pangandaman will join us, and she will also express her message of support for this endeavor. Your presence affirms our collective effort in upholding and safeguarding the rights of every Filipino, especially those who are most vulnerable, and shows our dedication to making justice not only a legal principle, but a reality for every Filipino. We fully recognize that no single individual or institution, or in that matter, any organization, can address the complexities of human rights challenges. Our work requires cooperation, collaboration, discussion, and the combined efforts of each stakeholder and duty bearer fighting to safeguard the rights of the marginalized groups. Today marks our call to action that each and every one of us should take ownership of our role in the justice system, whether as legal professionals, advocates, social workers, community leaders, law enforcement officers, health professionals, or child protection officers. Your presence and engagement is crucial in ensuring that we have a justice system that works for everyone, where no children, no women, no person with disability, no senior citizen, and no person deprived of liberty is denied dignity. We acknowledge that community engagement through collaborative initiatives with CSOs increase awareness and build stronger community networks, which helps address human rights violations at the grassroots level. And your local knowledge and advocacy are invaluable in reaching those who are most at risk. By working together, we can also advocate for stronger policies and reforms that address the specific needs of the most marginalized groups, especially our Filipino children. Children are not just the future of our nation, but the heart of it. They are our most vulnerable citizens, and they deserve a better justice system. A justice system that protects their innocence, ensures their safety, and allows them to thrive in a safe and healthy environment. Unfortunately, my dear Filipinos, my dear colleagues, many Filipino children continue to face the harsh realities of abuse, neglect, exploitation, and discrimination. These challenges are often hidden as they are afraid to speak up, leaving them without the protection they desperately need. This is where our collective action becomes vital. The DOJ has launched this Justice Summit as one of its several priority programs to improve the safety and well-being of children, including the revised protocol for the case management of child victims of abuse, neglect, exploitation, and discrimination. This protocol aims to ensure that every child who comes into contact with the justice system is treated with utmost care, compassion, and respect. However, we need more than just protocols. We need your expertise. We need your voices. We need your persistent engagement. We need the active participation of NGOs, CSOs, and other justice stakeholders to ensure that children's rights are fully upheld and that the justice system is truly child-friendly and accessible. Now, digressing from the prepared speech, we attend summits, we attend conferences. Diba? Mga kapatid na kababayan kong Pilipino. Ang panunungkulan natin, panunungkulan ng inyong lingkod, OIC po ng Department of Justice. Maaring panandalian, maaring matagal. Ito lahat ay galing sa biyaya ng Panginoon, by the grace of God. And of course, the trust and confidence of the President. But the ultimate mandate is how will I serve you as Secretary of Justice to fulfill the rule of law. Paano natin tutulungan ang mga kabataan? Marami tayong inaatendan. Noon dati po ako mayor, ang daming inaatendang conference, seminar. Pagkatapos, ang maraming kwentuhan pagkatapos, saan namasyal pagkatapos? Ano yung nabiling sapatos? Ano yung nabiling, anong nakainan? Diba? Saan napasyal? Saan nakapunta? Anong kinain? Mamaya, pakakainin kayo ng ating host ng isang masarap, masaganang pagkain. Pero, mga kapatid, ang aking pong pakiusap, tumbukin po natin kung bakit tayo naririto. Fleeting po, panandalian ang ating pagtuntong sa mundong ibabaw. Gawin na ho nating makabuluhan. Pag hindi po natin, ganun lang po ako magtrabaho. Wala po akong ibang paalam na para magtrabaho. Kung ano man po gampanan ko, kailangan todo po, taya lahat. Diba? Kaya dapat po ang taya natin dito para sa ating mga kabataan, todo ho, taya ho pati lababo. Ganun po ang kasabihan. Taya po lahat. Bakit po? Kasi itong mga kabataan, 33.62% based on data, ng ating populasyon ay kabataan. Pag sila ay jaded, sila ay may pinagdaanan, paano natin isasalin itong ating ginagalawang lipunan pag sila ay hindi panahon na nila na gumanap? Marami pong bagay na dapat nating pagtuunan. Marami po tayong dapat pagtuusan. Mula pa sa programa mula sa education, deterrence and enforcement. Diba? Isang buong spectrum. Paano natin mapapaglingkuran, paano natin mailalagay sa tama ang ating mga kabataan. Ang aking pong pakiusap sa ating lahat na naririto, hindi naman po tayo nagpunta rito, nag-ayos ng kilay, naglagay ng, di ba? Gawin po natin makabuluhan tong araw na to. Itaya po natin. Itaya po natin yung ating sarili, itaya po natin yung ating karunungan. Umaamin po ang DOJ. Hindi po namin solo ang karunungan. At higit lahat, hindi po natin solo ang kabutihan o nais na mapagbuti ang ating bayan. May kinakaharap po tayo ngayon. Kaliwat kanan na flood control issues. Nasa gitna po niya ng DOJ to address the elephant in the room. Tandaan po natin, mas marami pong matitinong taong gobyerno, lingkod bayan. Mas marami po tayong Pilipino na nagnanais na maayos. Magtiwala po kayo. Magtiwala po kayo sa sistema ng rule of law. Dahil hindi lang ho public opinion ang pinaglalabanan. Pagkatapos po ng tunggali sa public opinion, pagkatapos po ng iba't ibang mga hearings, ang kakaharap na po ay kailangan mapatunayan sa kaso sa husgado. Kaya po ang aking pakiusap, magtiwala po kayo. Magtila po kayo ng katiting na tiwala. Marami po tayong lingkod bayan na nagnanais na ayusin. Kung ano man po, panagutin ang dapat managot. Kung saan aabot ang ebidensya, Managot ang dapat managot, maituwid ang maling sistema. Ito po ang unang taya natin para sa kabataan. Diba? Itama natin yung nakikitang mali. Sa amin po, sa maliit kong bayan sa Mendez. Mendez, Cavite po ako galing. Diba? Maliit na bayan. 4th class municipality dati. Ngayon 3rd class na ho ata. Maliit na bayan lang po. May kasabihan ho. At sinasabi po lagi ng nanay ko, o pagluluwas ha, huwag tatanga-tanga. Diba? Huwag laging listo. Diba? Kasi po kami mga probinsyano. Pagluluwas ng Maynila, magpapakaayos. Wala pong ina na nangarap ng hindi maganda sa kanyang anak. Yakapin po natin yan. Yan po yung constant sa buhay natin. Yung pagmamahal ng isang ina. Yung turo ng ina. Diba? As the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, there are constants in this world. Kapitan po natin yun. Diba? At wag po kayong mag-alala. Sambayan ng Pilipinas, lagi po ang Panginoon nakatingin sa atin. Kaya po lagi siya nakatungo. Inaagapayan po natin. Pero sa pagkakataon pong ito, ngayong summit na to, ang aking pakiusap, itaya nyo na ho lahat. Ang kaalaman nyo, ang galing ninyo, ang inyong marubdob na pakikiisa, paano po natin mas mapoproteksyonan at mapapangalagaan ang ating mga kabataan. Ito po ang aking samot dalangin, sana po tayo'y magkaisa-isa. Para po tayo ay pagtapos ng summit na to, di ba, hindi naman wala lang. Di ba? Hindi yung mema lang. Hindi yung picture lang. Ang mahalaga ho, ano yung nagawa natin at ano ba yung direksyon na patutunguhan natin. Kasi sa dulo, minsan lang ho tayo tatahak, minsan lang ang November 3, 2025. Hindi na po mauulit yan. Kaya gawin ho nating makabuluhan ang summit na to. At sa pagtatapos po, let us live here today with a renewed sense of purpose and a shared commitment to ensuring that every Filipino has the opportunity to live in a safe environment with the full benefits of their rights. Together, through active participation, fairness, and compassion, we can build and maintain a justice system that reflects the values of equity and humanity. A system that truly serves the Filipino people. Ang kailangan po ngayon ay magtulong-tulong tayo. Dahil ito po ang kinakailangan, ang bagong Pilipino para sa bagong Pilipinas. Thank you for your dedication, your partnership, and your unwavering commitment to justice. Mabuhay po ang Pilipinas. Maraming salamat. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, OIC SEC, Vida. Your words reinvigorate our passion to serve our country in a just way, and your unwavering trust and support remains our greatest strength. May we now proceed with the photo opportunity for the members present. Please give our photographers room to take the professional photos as to not crowd the front. Thank you for that. May we now call on, again, OIC Sec Vida on stage, USEC Marge, ASEC Anika, and ASEC Ada from the DSWD, as well as Dr. Bernie Madrid and PB Jen Portento. but maybe please. Everybody please stand up for the photos. Everybody smile. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Okay. Let's everybody wave for the camera for the Sing Day edit. Yay! Thank you, everybody. Ay, wala ako sa photos. Okay, thank you, everybody. So, to officially begin our Justice Summit for Children's Rights, I am delighted to introduce OIC Chief of Policy Planning and Research Division, Normina G. Mojica, for her presentation on the state of children's rights in the justice sector, which would give us a context to the state of the Filipino children with a specific focus on children in need of special protection in the Philippines. Ms. G. Mojica is a dedicated public servant and advocate for the protection of children's rights with more than 2 decades of service in government. She has been at the forefront of shaping national child protection policies and programs that safeguard and promote the well-being of Filipino children. Her expertise cover legislative advocacy, strategic planning, interagency coordination, where she has played a key role in strengthening child protection systems across the country. Her continued work ensures that both national and local efforts uphold the best interest of every child, particularly those in vulnerable situations. Beyond her professional role, Ms. G embodies her advocacy in her personal life. As a mother and grandmother, she fosters an environment rooted in respect, participation, and protection, values that guide her family and reflect the principles she promotes in work. Her compassion and integrity continue to inspire those who share her vision of a safe, nurturing, and rights-respecting environment for all children. Please join me in giving Ms. G a warm round of applause.
Isang makabatang umaga at Happy National Children's Month po sa lahat. November 20 is when we commemorate the UNCRC anniversary, and the whole month of November is for children. Okay. Allow me to present to you the state of the Filipino children, special focus on CIS people. Next slide, please. Gusto ko lang po ipakilala sa inyo kung sino ang CWC. Well, many of you may know who CWC, what CWC is, but the CWC stands for the Council for the Welfare of Children, which is a focal government interagency body providing dynamic leadership in ensuring a child-friendly and child-sensitive society where every child fully enjoys his or her rights. And with us, when we say CWC, our board is composed of the different secretaries of 8 line agencies. So that would be, one of which would be the OJ. But where our chairperson is, of course, the DSWD Secretary Rex Gatchalian. And as CWC, we also have other functional sectoral structure on children, which we are a member of. So these are sectoral structures being convened by agencies where CWC act either as a co-chairperson, a member, or secretariat, or also even a chairperson, which had been revitalized since 2017. Part of those structures are, of course, the DOJ Committee on the Special Protection of Children, where CWC is a secretariat, the National Council for Children's Television, where we are a member, and we are also members of the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council, the National Coordination Center Against OSAIC and CSAIM, the National Council Against Child Labor, and Interagency Council on Violence Against Women and Their Children, and of course the Interagency Council Against Trafficking. And we are the co-chairperson when it comes to the National Child Protection Working Group that is under the Children's Emergency Relief and Protection Act. And we also chair the Interagency Committee on Children in Situations of Armed Conflict. Other than that, we also have roles in terms of course, CWC is known to be the coordinating and monitoring body on the compliance to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, where we are a state party. And part of that, we monitor the fourth national, monitor the fourth National Plan of Action for Children. This is the sectoral plan of children, and this is considered the state response plan of the Philippines when it comes to the monitoring of the UNCRC. We're also a member of the we chair the PDP, Technical Working Group on Children's Rights. Sa PDP, the Philippine Development Plan, you would see po kasi na hindi ganon ka-integrated ang children's rights. So this is one of the critical structures that we are currently a part of, chairing it, to ensure that children's rights are also embedded in the Philippine Development Plan. And of course, the recent EO 79, which was issued in December 2024, this establishes the Makabata Program, or the Mahalin at Kalingain ng ating mga bata program, and also institutionalize the Makabata Helpline 1383. You also have the Executive Order number 141, series of 2021, which addresses teenage pregnancy as a national priority. But of course, it's no longer just teenage pregnancy, but it's child and adolescent pregnancy. And because of this issue also, there's a recent structure that was also created under the SDC of DepDev, and this is the SDC Subcommittee on Sexual and Reproductive Health. Next, please. Now, understanding the situation of Filipino children, well, we have 109,033,245 as a total population, and 36.5% of that population are children. 23.4% of that population was the poverty incidence among children, which ranks fourth in the highest poverty incidences, and first when it comes to magnitude. Okay, when you talk of CNSP, next please. Sino nga ba sila? Who are they? When you say CNSP, it's Children in Need of Special Protection. Way back when I was a little bit younger, it's CEDC. It's Children in Especially Difficult Circumstances. Then it became CNSP. Now, who are they? One of the categories, of course, would be children deprived of parental care. If there are 5 areas concerns of the UNCRC, one of which would be family and alternative parental care. Kaya pumapasok po ang sa CNSP yung children deprived of parental care. Who are they? Sila yung mga abandoned, neglected, those who live in residential care and foundlings. And among those who are considered now na deprived of parental care, are children left behind by migrant workers. Pagpapansinin niyo po, marami ng mga statistics or incidences na yung mga batang left behind by their parents who are working as OFWs, as we call them, or migrant workers, ay napapabilang sa mga naaabuso. So they're now part of that category. You also have the sexually abused and commercially sexually exploited children. And these are mostly sexually abused and those children in prostitution. It's a hard fact that we all have to accept. It still exists at this time. When you say trafficked children naman po, these are children exploited for labor purposes. Pwede dahil po yan sa child labor. And when you say child labor, there are a lot of children in that are considered in child labor. So they may be in agriculture, yung deep sea fishing, mining, even the pyrotechnics. But of course, you also have the worst forms of child labor. Ano po ba yung worst forms of child labor? Aside from the commercial sexual exploitation of children, that is a result of human trafficking, children also engage, maybe recruited by armed groups. Kaya CSAC is considered, children in situations of armed conflict is also considered to be in child labor. Pero kasama rin sila sa kategorya po ng trafficked children. So when you say trafficked children, again, sexually exploited children, either online or offline, again, it's still part of the worst forms of child labor. And again, the children situations of armed conflict, ay traffic pa rin po sila, considered traffic. In fact, every January, part of our TIP report is about children in situations of armed conflict. The USA still uses the terminology child soldiers, pero tayo po, hindi na natin ginagamit yan dahil may batas na po tayo, which is RA 11188. Note, these children who may be victims of trafficking are also considered separately under the categories of CNSP. Next, please. On online sexual abuse among children, on OSAEC and CISAEC, this is what we found at the NECMEC. May increase in financial extortion from 10,000 in 2022, it increased to 30,000 in 2024. There was a decrease in cyber tip line reports, or the CTRs that we call, 36 million in 2023 to 20 million in 2024. But that is as far as the global data. But for the Philippines, there's 2.7 million in 2023 down to 1.7 million in 2024. There's an increase in child sex trafficking and online enticement. So from 156,000 in 2023 to 546,000 in 2024. So globally, there's a 192% increase. Now, in increase in self-generated CSAM, there's 1,325% increase. For the Philippines, there is already one confirmed case. Now, the emerging trend now is the sadistic sextortion, which has 200% increase. Next, please. Now, again, going back to children engaged in child labor, there are children working in farms and plantations, as I earlier mentioned, in agriculture. There's those in the mining, on streets, in factories, and in private homes as child domestic workers. Dapat po talaga naman walang na-employ na batang kasambahay. May batas din po tayo dyan. And yet, there are still homes who employ young children. The worst forms of child labor in the Philippines are those involving children victims of trafficking, as earlier mentioned, those subjected to commercial sexual exploitation, those used in illicit activities like drug activities, and those recruited by armed groups. Again, it's just a repetition of those exposed in mining, Construction po, meron din mga batang nai-involve sa construction. Heavy and dangerous machineries, and of course, I said the deep sea fishing earlier, and other industries identified as hazardous and activities by the DOLE. Next, please. These are the different categories that I have also earlier mentioned. Pagdating po sa DOLE, they have the hazardous work or the hazardous child labor. This is any activities that is likely to be harmful to the health, safety, or morals of children. Meron din po tayong tinatawag na working children. These are children 15 to 17 years of age. But those worked by children below 15 years of age, that is more than 20 hours a week, or more than 4 hours at any given day, or between 8 o'clock in the evening or 6 o'clock in the morning of the following day. And those children of 15 to 17 of age that exceeds 40 hours a week or more than 8 hours a day, or between 10 o'clock in the evening and 6 o'clock in the morning of the following day. Oh, sige. Hindi kasi ako nag-star margarine sorry. Kailangan ko daw po na apple box. Okay. Sumobra naman taas ko. Para naman akong anak ng basketballista nito. Oh my. Sige. The challenge now is how I look at my laptop. Sanay po akong mababa ako. Sorry. Of course, we go to the next slide, please. The number and proportion of working children engaged in child labor to children 5 to 17 years old from October 2022, 2023, and October 2024. It says there are 513,000 children engaged in child labor, which is a 1.6% drop compared to the previous years. Next, please. Meron naman po tayong tinatawag din na internally displaced children, which may include refugees or those internally displaced caused by disasters, situations of armed conflicts, and those living in miserable conditions in evacuation centers for a long time. Pag pinag-uusapan po kasi rin ang mga disasters or conditions na pwedeng mawala yung mga bata, they are still categorized in separated and unaccompanied children, and those children affected by natural disasters, and even IP children are considered CNSP. Next, you have the children with disabilities, whether living in institutions or living with their families. Children in conflict with the law, or what we call the CICL. Right now, there's 11,716 as of the 2022 PNP stats. Ito po, but the last time that I attended October 10 in the JJWC meeting, alam ko maglalabas po sila ng bagong stats. Now, children living with HIV and those affected may be children of persons living with HIV that are also exposed to stigma and discrimination. Meron po kasi tayong mga bata na really living with HIV. They already have stigma and discrimination. Pero yung mga bata po na anak din ng persons living with HIV also suffer. They also have stigma and discrimination that they have to contend with being a family member of persons living with HIV. Now, children in street situations, ito po yung dating tinatawag natin street children, pero politically correct now, it should be children in street situations. Well, there's 12,615, pero ito po yun ay from the rapid appraisals na ginagawa ng DSWD. Okay? But if you talk about CHR's stats, they say there are more than 246,000. So, sa ngayon po talaga, we're in dearth of information kung gaano ba talaga karami ang children in street situations. Remember, they travel from one place to another. So, wala ka talagang makuha na ilan talaga sa isang sa isang place, sa isang city, sa isang municipality. So that's part of the challenges when you're trying to look for the information on children in street situations. Now, children of persons deprived of liberties, considered din po silang children in need of special protection. Ito yung mga batang ang mga magulang ay nakakulong. They may be living by their own or they may be with other relatives but are suffering also. So, yung kanilang sitwasyon already makes them children in need of special protection. This is something also na wala pa po tayong clear na data, but they are existing. In fact, there are many, I think, there were some that was already part of the Jessica Soho. Alam ko, nagkaroon din dati sa Kapamilya Network, way back, that they tried to focus on children of persons deprived of liberties. And as earlier mentioned, if you talk about children needing alternative parental care, you have children of migrant workers. Meron kasi tayong children of migrant workers who may be living on their own. Yun yung tinatawag natin child-headed na mga families. Or they can be living with their relatives, with their lolos, lolas, uncles, titas, and even the other half of the OFW. And we hear horror stories also of how they are being abused. So, isa po sila sa rason kung bakit they're considered children in need of special protection. Now, there are still other categories of CNSP. You have those that have been bullied, the stateless children, and a lot more. Okay. Next, please. Going to the current HIV status in the Philippines, of the identified cases from January to March 2025 by age group, there are 30 were less than 15 years old at the time of diagnosis. 1,686 were 15 to 24 years old. 2,380 were 25 to 34 years old. Pero nakakalungkot po kasi, when I started in CWC in 1996, you were only talking of 6 cases in a month. Now you have 57 cases daily. And part of those, mas mataas po ang statistics natin sa mga kabataan. Okay? So, kung meron man tayong ina-address ay isa yan, yung mga young people, children and young people who already have the HIV status. Okay. Next, please. This is another emergency. This is, in fact, in 2021, na-consider po siyang part of the national emergency. And this is the adolescent pregnancy status in the Philippines. Out of the all ages of mothers, in 2023, there's 1,448,522. And ang total po ng adolescent mothers is 142,276. Meron tayong 15 to 19 na 138,933. But those under 15 is already 3,343. Kung meron man po kaming kinalulungkot ngayon, especially me, I'm already a grandmother of 2 granddaughters. 3,343 under 15. Dati, malungkot na kami doon sa 10 years old na na-record na nanganak. But now, it's already part of the PSA record na merong 8 years old na nanganak. Getting pregnant or giving birth at that age, alam mo na kagad, hindi normal yun. It would be a case of abuse. But there would also people say it would be also another product of one of the laws that is trying to address child marriages. Pero hindi, child marriage pa rin hindi naman ganun kababa. But in fact, in 2009, the first time na na-involve po na sa IHBSS or the Integrated HIV Behavioral and Serological Surveillance, dito namin unang-unang nakita na may 7 years old na actually mapasok na sa HIV. And not just mother-to-child pregnancy, mother-to-child transmission po yun, pero ito kasi ay dinisclose niya na nagkaroon siya kasi na-abuse siya at that age. Medyo may edad na siya nung na-interview siya, pero it was at 7 that the child was abused. Okay. Next, please. The other data on children you have for child labor instances, you have in 2022, bumaba naman po siya. From 2022 na 828,000, in 2023 you have 678,000, and in 2024 you have 513,000. Now, victims of child trafficking rescued, as reported by IACAT and the PNP. In 2022, there's 163. 2023, it's 119. And in 2024, there's 117. Now, violence against children cases, this is the data from PNP. 2022, there's 19,101. In 2023, there's 18,756. And in 2024, there's 18,089. Now, for the grave child rights violation cases, and these are the CSAC, when you say grave child rights violation cases in the context of armed conflict, in 2022, we had 34. In 2023, we had 25. And in 2024, we went down to 9. Next, please. The incidence of poverty in the children's sector, well, ito po yung nakakalungkot kasi pag pinag-usapan ng child poverty, in 2018, that's 9.34 million. In 2021, you have 10.43 million. And in 2023, you have 9.29 million. Commercial lang po. Commercial because this is the Makabata helpline of CWC. Okay? This is the helpline that was institutionalized by EO 79 series of 2024. And part of the reports that we get is this is only for until August of this year. For the Makabata Helpline 1383, we receive a total of 1,305 reports. And under the 1383 helpline number, which is mostly being utilized for reporting channel, we accounted 625 reports, or 47.89%. On the Facebook Messenger emerged also as a significant report. We received 189 reports in 14.48%. We would like to announce po that now CWC's Makabata Helpline 1383 operates 24/7 na po. Thank you. Going back to HIV and AIDS, as I said, we had a 555% increase in new infection from 2010 to 2024. 47% of the new infections is in that range of 15 to 24 years old. 0.3% are children, either perinatal or mother-to-child transmission. On child marriage, based on the 2024 insights of UNICEF report, there are 460,000 girls married or in a union with a partner before turning 18. 73,000 of them got married before their 15th birthday. So these are really results of child marriages. But if there's one thing that we want to say when you talk about RA 11596 or the anti-child marriage law, hindi po ito umaatake sa mga kapatid nating Muslim. This is what we always emphasize to them and to the IT community. Kasi pag titignan nyo po, ang mas prevalent yung unions, yung cohabitation. Mas marami yun kesa dun sa mga child marriages talaga of the Muslim or the IT people. So this is what we've been also telling, that when it comes to RA 11596, which is being something that's becoming a difficult conversation, kasi nga napapasok yung mga kapatid po nating Muslim at IT, sinasabi natin hindi ito pag-atake sa customs and traditions nila, but really sa kapakanan po ng mga batang babae. They're still very young. The same manner that we're addressing child and adolescent pregnancy, kasi hindi pa po hinog talaga or hindi pa ready ang physic at health ng bata to really get pregnant. Now, speaking of protection, if there's one structure in the community that should come in when parents fail to protect their children, that's the local councils for the protection of children. Ito po ay, or if pupunta ka sa grassroots level, that's called the Barangay Council for the Protection of Children. Now, there's only 58.08% or 949 LGUs out of the 1,634 who has the status of being ideal, meaning working, BCPC gumagalaw or LCPC gumagalaw. The rest, kinakailangan po pong ng matinding advocacy o paglalabi para gumalaw din. Okay, I think that's the last. Maraming salamat po.
Hi everybody. So thank you Ma'am G for showing us the realities of the rights of children in the Philippines. So before we proceed with our health break, we would like to open up the room for any questions that the crowd may have. So just please raise your hand if you have any questions for Ma'am G right now regarding the presentation that she just gave. I'm not seeing any hands. Any questions? Any takers?
Sige. Salamat naman po kung laking question. Di ba? Yun yung hinintay mo walang question. But yeah, because it allows me to make daldal pa. Sorry. If there's anything that we should also be concerned about, I've been talking to my grandchildren. They're not here with me. They're living in another country. Bigla ko silang kinausap kasi I was troubled by the suicide of the daughter of Kim Atienza. Kasi isa siya sa malaking problema natin ngayon sa Pilipinas. The depression of children and young people not going to their parents, not going to someone who's older to discuss their problems. Ito dito tayong dapat nagtutulong-tulong din po. I think this is, personally, I'm looking at Doc Madrid. Personally, ito yung ito yung dapat i-catch din. Kasi kasi siya, di ba, na-abuse. I mean, these children who may have done that, maybe victims of abuse. Pag victims ka na abuse, meron tinatawag na cycle of abuse eh. Either you become an abuser or you end like that. Diba? You're forever traumatized by what had happened to you. And it's my personal call to action to us here, parents, we may be aunts or uncles, some lolos or lolas. Let us let us save them before they're beyond saving. Maraming salamat po. Ay, biglang nagtaas si Doc Bernie.
Okay, so we have a following questions
Yes,
here
Doc
po.
Bernie.
Here
Okay.
po muna.
Ah,
And then
sige,
si
sige
Doc
po.
Bernie, of course.
Pwedeng po na lang. Pwede. Okay, magandang umaga po. Good morning, Ma'am Normina. Aside po from your lecture, na very informative, na-catch din po yung eyes namin sa inyong surname, Mojica, which is a prominent surname sa Indang, Cavite. Okay po. So, ang question ko lang po ay, sa amin po, I'm talking in particular with our town, Mendez, our barangay, for example. Before po, naka-attend kami ng session regarding Bausi.
Mm.
So, ang ibinibigay pong data sa amin ay very slim kasi nga po, madaming cases na unreported sa child abuse tsaka po yung sa violence against women. So, kami po bilang mga NGO, we are from Kiwanis Club, gumagawa kami ng some activities or projects from ma-prevent yung teenage pregnancy. Pero ang nagiging common problem nga po, tulad ng sinabi nyo, yung resistance from the parents, yung admission na kaya nagkaroon ng teenage pregnancy, yung mga nasa lugar nila, ay because din of the members of their families. So ano po kaya ang maganda namin may contribute, lalo na po kami na umaattend dito bilang mga NGOs, paano pa namin mapapaliwanag sa mga tao sa barangay o sitio na kailangan po talaga na mai-report para magkaroon sila ng tulong from our LGU.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Sige po. Maraming salamat po. Mohika ako dahil sa asawa ko po, who really was raised in Mendez, actually. Taga Mendez ang alam ko sinatatay. Batanggenyo, Caviteño po yung aking namayapang esposo. Anyway, very tricky talaga pag incest, di ba? Kasi nandun yung honor, di ba? Yung honor ng pamilya. It's very difficult. Pinoprotektahan nila yan. Pero ito po, dito lalabas din yung advocacy ng NGOs. At ito, sinasabi ko rin to, lately I've been addressing a lot of youth leaders. Sabi ko dito rin pwedeng pumasok ang SK para hindi puro, I see you. I see you guys nodding your head, okay? Yung mga Gen Z at Gen Alpha, ito yung dapat reflex nyo kung paano kayo can go beyond sports development and beautification projects. Kilalanin nyo ang mga constituents nyo. Kinakailangan lang po talaga na expose muna sila sa istorya ng how previous victims have also risen above those incidents. Kasi meron naman po na nare-rescue o nakakapagbagong buhay. Actually, maski po sa amin, yung mga nare-report sa amin, even before the Makabata Helpline, we get reports na ayaw nila i-report yung tatay nila. Basta gusto lang masigurado nila yung mga susunod nilang kapatid, hindi maabuso. Kasi ang katwiran ng bata, sabi niya, pagka nireport ko po kasi yung tatay ko, sino magpapaaral sa mga kapatid ko? Diba? Siya mismo, she's not telling her mom yet. Kasi yun yung concern niya. Sino magpapaaral dun sa ano? I think exposing our other adult stakeholders on the stories like this would open their eyes. Saka yung ano po, yung trauma, anong maaring mangyari pag na-traumatize yung bata. I think, pagka nagkaroon ka naman po ng mga istorya na kung paano naka-recover yung mga batang biktima, meron na naglalakas ng loob. I think that's one way you could help po. I'm a Rotaractor before, and those are part of, yun yung tinatry po namin, yung mas ano kami sa psychosocial issues. Kasi yun yung hindi nakikita eh. I hope I was able to answer you po. Yes, Doc Bernie, and then
General Portento. Nervous ako pag ikaw.
Hindi, I will just respond to you and I will not ask you a question.
Okay.
But two things. First, yung sa incest. May mga studies na ngayon in terms of prevention of incest where they found out that one way is really how at a very early age, sabihin mo from birth, from infancy, mag-create yung bonding and attachment between the baby and the father. Kasi sa ngayon, yung ating pinabanding lang ay yung nanay at saka yung bata, di ba? Sa parenting, parang hindi kasali yung mga tatay. So now they're finding out na kung may increased attachment and bonding na mangyayari at a very early age, sana mag-umpisa sa panganganak. In fact, as early as sana nung nanganganak yung nanay, nandoon yung asawa niya. Kasi yung tulad din, even sa mga animals, yung unang makita ng baby, pagmulat ng mata niya, makikita niya yung hindi lang yung ina kasama yung ama. Malaking bagay yun in terms of helping yung bonding. No? So, that is one way daw to prevent incest, na early bonding between the father and the baby. Okay, so yan, number one. Number two, sa nangyari sa unfortunate na tragedy sa anak ni Kim Atienza, alam no, we take for granted na itong mga tinatawag na sexting ay kung binabaliwala o ninonormalize na. But actually, malaki ang effect niyon sa mga bata. No? So, yung education ngayon sa schools at kayo mga kiwanis ay dapat at kayo mga kabataan na nandito, really, we should say that sexting is dangerous. No? Kasi parang yan na ngayon yung courtship eh. Doon na siya pumupunta na nagkakaroon na ng sexting. Pero most of the time, ang nangyayari is that sinishare pala sa iba at marami. At saka yung nangyari sa bata is that yung talagang na-depress, nag-anxious, naging suicidal. Ganun talagang effect nun. Especially since she was already vulnerable kasi may na-experience na siya na physical and emotional abuse when she was younger. And ang sexting maaga nag-uumpisa. She was 13, but sometimes it can start as early as 9. So yung education should come earlier than that sa elementary para na ma-prevent, yung mga nakikita natin ngayon. But I'll give the microphone to General Portento.
Ma'am, don't worry, hindi po to question. Inputs lang po. Okay,
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for being champions in child protection. I just would like to share 3 inputs. Number 1, as presented kanina ni Ma'am Mohika, about self-generated materials. I've been into some international fora, and this issue has been raised repeatedly, na yung mga kabataan po natin, sila na mismo po yung gumagawa ng materials o kaya mga sex explicit videos na i-post po. Ayaw man nila o hindi sila ang may gawa, it's there circulating in the cyberspace. And it will take technical expertise po para po ito ay ma-take down. Kahit i-delete po nila sa telepono nila, kung na-share na through PM, andyan na po yun. So we would highly encourage them, yung mga kabataan natin, na i-report po. Kanino po i-report? Pwede po sa ACG at sa Aling Police or WCPC po. And then, sa mga andito po, ipopromote ko na rin po sa Facebook page po yung WCPC or Women and Children Protection Center, yung Aling Police na website po. And this is also a reporting channel na kung saan po, kung may alam po kayong may naabusong bata, kababaihan, pwede nyo pong ipadala dun sa amin, may message portion po doon na kung saan we guarantee yung anonymity ninyo bilang nagre-report po. So wag po kayong matakot na madedivulge yung identity nyo once you report it. And lastly po, yung paniniwala po namin, however active we do operations dito po sa national level, kung hindi po alam ng mga nasa komunidad natin yung mga krimen na ito at saan isusumbong, medyo hindi po balanse yung efforts natin. That's why yung mga dito po from the LGUs, you can invite us anytime po to conduct lectures sa mga barangay. When it comes to VAUSI and OSAEC, please do so. Wala pong bayad. Part of our advocacy. Baka po natatakot po kayo ang natagakrami yung magle-lecture. Wala po kaming bayad. Bagkus kami pa po ang magre-reach out sa inyo. And sa mga kabataan naman, help us in advocating, especially sa malaking problema po natin sa OSAEC. Halinawa po magtulong-tulong po tayo dahil kailangan natin protektahan yung mga kabataan. Nakita nyo naman po gaano na po pabata ng pabata yung mga batang naabuso. And I believe this is a call to action for us to also do our part in protecting our children. Thank you po.
Thank you for that, PB Jen. Are there any other questions left for Ma'am G or comments? Oh, okay.
Reaction na lang po, Tita G. Maganda yung Lester po, my name is Lester, galing po ako sa UP Diliman, Department of Family Life and Child Development. Malaking bagay po na bukod po dun sa napakita yung napakalinaw na report sa concerns natin patungkol sa estado ng mga bata natin, ng mga Pilipinong bata natin, na banggit niyo po yung tungkol sa concern ngayon tungkol sa digital lives ng mga bata. At isa po siya sa naandito na siya, hindi na siya emerging eh.
No.
It's already happening. Sa amin po, sa amin po pag-aaral, nakita po namin na ang mga bata ngayon ay tinatawag nating digital natives. Dahil sa pandemya, nagkaroon sila ng maagang access sa internet at nagkaroon sila ng buhay online. Kaya lang, hindi porkit digital natives ang mga bata na to, ay meron na silang kakayahan para mabuhay digitally. So, ayun yung kulang palagay ko at palagay namin ngayon when it comes to education. Hindi natin natuturuan ng mga bata how to present themselves online, how to act, even yung social and emotional learning nila. Ano ang tamang pwedeng i-disclose, ano yung hindi pwedeng i-disclose. And the more that we see this at hindi natin siya natutugunan, magiging mas malaking concern siya in the future. Na andyan yung pang-aabuso, pwede silang exploit. So, tama po yung nabanggit na kapag once that yung information natin is there, kahit na i-delete natin, nandun na siya eh. So, importante po na matulungan natin ang mga bata sa tamang paggamit ng teknolohiya. At the same time, mukhang importante din po na ang mga magulang na hindi naman digital natives ay kailangan matulungan din kung papaano sila pwedeng tulungan yung mga anak nila. So, ano po malaking bagay po yung education ng bata at ng magulang. Thank you po.
Thank you, Lester. As I've mentioned, I've recently been, madalas po akong nagpa-panel ngayon, nagiging panelist sa tinatawag na intergenerational dialogues. So, ang usual na ka-dialogue ko ay yung mga Gen Z, Gen Alpha, kaya alam ko yung Flex, alam ko yung Slay. I talk about BTS na ang bias ko ay si Jean, just to really, get to them. And I always tell my apos, I will use you, I will tell about you to them. Nagpapaalam po ako, hindi ako basta nag-ano. And during the co-creation workshops, we did co-creation workshops nung pag-develop po namin ng legislative agenda for children and the research agenda for children's rights as well. At lumilitaw na pag kinausap po namin ng mga bata, ang isang concern nila is magkaroon ng guidelines ang DepEd sa paggamit ng AI. Because that being said, they know the danger. of AI. They know the danger of the digital environment also. But they still want to tread that path. Kasi yun yung yun po yung alam nilang mas marami silang makukuha. Kaya dito naman papasok yung peer-to-peer approach natin. Tinitingnan ko po yung mga young fascists namin na nakakasama. This is where we ask you naman to help. Kasi minsan po, ang pagiging adult natin ay barrier na mismo agad sa mga kabataan. So ito naman, in-encourage natin na we can be at the we can be behind the scene. We could guide children and young facilitators para makipag-usap sa kapwa nila, pero may guidance pa rin natin. Yun po yung isang in-encourage din namin sa CWC na hanggat maaari, recently, last October 30, we met with the different children of the regional pathfinding countries of Asia and the Pacific. Kaming mga organizer, nasa na hindi po kami nakikita ng mga bata. We were there just in case, pag may nag-disclose o merong nagkaroon ng breakdown, we're there. Pero we were behind the scene kasi mas nakakapagsalita po sila siyempre pag sila-sila. So ito rin yung kailangan din natin. Tama po yung sabi ni General na yung critical din yung nasa community. I remember before yung nauso yung craze na nagpapat, not really pat session, but it's really renting a house somewhere in Mandaluyong yun. They were renting a house, dun nagkakaroon ng parang party, pero actually yung inuman, drugs, everything was there. But it was through the neighbors of that particular house. Kaya nalaman ng mga kagawad. At umaksyon at the time, mayor pa lang po si Mayor Benhar Abalos at the time. And they were able to catch. Kaya lang, nahirapan lang sila dahil yung tinapon daw po yung mga materials sa isang, so they cannot pinpoint who was that. Pero ang nagawa nila, yung mga bata, yung mga minor edad na nandoon, ay tinawag nila yung parents at nung kinuha na nila. So, napaka-importante to be vigilant about what's happening in the community. Ito yung isang call to action for all of us. Diba? To also be mindful of our environment. Again, meron pa po.
Hi, Tita G. Leslie po from Action for Health Initiatives or ACHIEVE. So, I just want to share with regards to HIV, may iba't iba ng mga efforts para ma-address yung ating mga issues or concerns of children living with HIV or yung mga children na pwedeng at risk of HIV infection. So, the COMSHA, the Committee on HIV and HIV in Children, developed a protocol kung paano ma-access ng mga children living with HIV and treatment. And also, the Philippine National AIDS Council is now discussing the possibility of amending RA 11166 or the HIV and AIDS Policy Act dahil para ayusin natin kung paano yung treatment ng mga children living with HIV. And I also just want to share, siguro, in response to the issues ng HIV and early pregnancy, because I have an 11-year-old daughter, nung grade 5 siya, napatawag po ako sa guidance because the teacher and the guidance counselor overheard my daughter kinikwentuhan niya yung mga classmates niya on how babies are made. So yung guidance counselor tsaka yung teacher, pinatawag po yung anak ko. So medyo late ko na na-realize na na-trauma yata yung anak ko doon sa pag-question kasi they were questioning my daughter na paano mo nalaman yung sex? Paano mo nalaman to? Siguro walang nagbabantay sa'yo, ganyan. So nung ako na yung pinatawag sa guidance, syempre, diniscuss ko sa kanila na pinagbubuntis ko pa lang yung anak ko, bit-bit ko na siya every time na nagdi-discuss ako about HIV and about sex. So naturally, hanggang tumatanda yan, aware na siya kung ano yung tawag sa body parts. But nagulat lang din ako na grade 5 na siya pero wala pang sex education ang mga kaklase niya. Siya pa yung nagtuturo. Tapos yung mismo guidance counselor and the teacher were surprised na yung anak ko na grade 5 ng panahon na yun ay mas kaya pang i-discuss. So baka maganda na ito rin ay isang opportunity. Please gawin na natin yung comprehensive sexual education sa mga bata. Kasi isang form din ng protection yon. Hindi lang yung may aling police, meron tayong policy, hindi lang yon. Kapag ka-educated yung bata, alam nila na kapag sila ay na-abuse na at alam nila kung paano proteksyonan yung sarili nila. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Ang tawag na po natin ngayon sa comprehensive sexuality education ay reproductive health education. As you may know, na-debacle po yung Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Bill last Congress because admittedly, we are a Catholic country. Mas pronounced ang pagiging Catholic natin, pagiging Christian natin. So, it was questioned dahil may mga, it promotes the promiscuity and there are woke provisions. But actually, lagi niyo pong tatandaan, ito ay para maprotektahan at malaman ng mga bata ano yung hindi tamang touches, ano yung masama para sa kanila. Yun lang po.
Okay, so thank you again, Ma'am G, for the presentation today. So before we continue with our sessions, I know that the presentation was very heavy to stomach, so let's give ourselves a health break and meet back here at around 10 minutes. It is now somewhere around, let's meet back at 11:10. So see you later.
Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to welcome you all to the DOJ's first Justice Summit, and I will be briefly discussing the revised protocol for the case management of child victims of abuse, neglect, exploitation, and discrimination. So, the Committee for the Special Protection of Children, as for a brief background, it was strengthened by Executive Order Number 53, Series of 2011, and the CSPC is reorganized to effectively function as the body principally responsible for coordinating and monitoring the investigation and prosecution of cases involving violations of RA 7610 and other child-related criminal laws. So it is chaired by the Secretary of Justice and co-chaired by the Secretary of Social Welfare and Development. And our key members are the Commission on Human Rights, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Labor and Employment, the Department of Tourism, Department of Interior and Local Government, Department of Health, Department of Education, the Bureau of Immigration, National Bureau of Investigation, the Philippine National Police, and the Prosecutor General. And we have 3 representatives from non-government organizations. Currently are the Child Protection Network, the ECPAT Philippines, and we have UNICEF Philippines as an observer. So this is the entire timeline of the development of the revised protocol. So it was first The original protocol was first developed in 2013. However, with the enactment of new laws and the standards of child protection has evolved, the committee decided in 2023 to update it, specifically because it was mentioned by Doc Bernie, as she has the institutional knowledge of the CSPC, that the first protocol was not properly disseminated to stakeholders. So some of you might be aware, some of you might not. So here we are, hopefully, we can hopefully cascade it nationwide for all duty bearers and stakeholders of child protection to use the revised protocol. So first, the committee meeting was first conducted in 2023, and then for the whole 2024, we conducted 4 focus group discussions, pre-validation meetings, and validation workshops. And finally, it was launched last August 14 at the Department of Justice. So what's new? So for the introduction, we have the intended users. So the intended users of the protocols it shall be used by all professionals and personnel who are involved in cases of child abuse, neglect, exploitation, and discrimination. This includes but is not limited to law enforcement officers, health professionals, prosecutors, social workers, barangay officials, local councils for the protection of children, and other relevant personnel. So we also have the international aspect wherein Filipino children abroad may use the protocol in case of experience of abuse, neglect, exploitation, or discrimination. The protocol shall be used in times of disaster, emergencies, natural hazards, and armed conflicts. And we have the training and certification of the multidisciplinary team, which shall be through the DSWD Academy or the Child Protection Network. The CSPC also plans to conduct an online learning so that it may be cascaded nationwide without need of face-to-face consultations and learnings. So we also have the abbreviations and the definition of terms. We can cascade the soft copy of the protocol for those who are interested in learning more about the protocol. So for Chapter 1, we have the confidentiality. So on the old protocol, there was just a brief mention on confidentiality. And sa panahon ngayon, ito na po talaga yung pinaka-importante, confidentiality, especially we are talking about children. So there's a chapter on media practitioners, the social media and online platforms, the multidisciplinary team, expanded confidentiality, protections, and the protection of reporter/informant identity, because we know na meron pong issues na yung mga nagre-report, sila din mismo, they do divulge the information to social media, to other people. So dyan po. And then we also have the public awareness and education. For Chapter 2, we have the mandatory and duty-bound reporters. This was updated due to new laws and policy. We have the section on immunity from liability, the official acceptors of reports, and the updated flowchart. So this is the updated flowchart. Later on, I will be discussing it per column po so that everybody can see kung paano po yung actual flow of the protocol po. So for Chapter 3 to 11, this focuses on who to report to, when and who to report to. So we have the reporting at the barangay, and then we also have the reporting at the law enforcement agency. There's a section on case conference and the prohibition against dissuading the victim to file the case. For Chapter 5, we have the reporting at the educational institution. We have the Child Protection Committee, which was established by Department of Education Order Number 40, Series of 2012. We have the reporting to the school principal or counselor, who has the responsibility to investigate, and the administrative cases and administrative liability for those who fail to report cases or suspected cases of caned. So for Chapter 6, we have the reporting at a child caring or child placing institution. We have the reporting mechanism, the making report, and if the alleged offender is a staff member. For Chapter 7, we have reporting at a child's workplace. Again, the reporting mechanism, making a report and responding to a report if the alleged offender is an employer. For Chapter 8, we have the reporting when a child is a victim of child labor. Chapter 9, reporting at a detention facility if the alleged offender is a warden, superintendent, or head of a provincial jail, head of a city, municipal, district jail, or if the alleged offender is a detention facility personnel. For Chapter 10, we have the reporting when the child is a child at risk or a child in conflict with the law. And for Chapter 11, we have reporting when the child is considered a victim survivor. So who are considered child victim survivors? Children who are found in situations of armed conflict, whether they are affected, involved, or internally displaced. The child committed the crime because he or she was exploited, or the child was involved in armed conflict but did not commit a grave child's rights violation. So for Chapter 12, we have the case management. It includes defining who the case manager would be. So we have the intake interview and safety assessment, the necessity of a joint interview, guidelines on joint interview, what to do if there's no joint interview, addressing the immediate needs of the child, such as safety, urgent basic needs, the psychosocial support, and medical needs. We have rescue of a child victim survivor, the protective custody and involuntary commitment, the duties of the case manager when the child is in court, reintegration and aftercare, transferring the case from one case manager to another to ensure proper turnover and continuation of care, and coordination with the prosecution office for case build-up. And then we have the LSWDO, Designated Child Protection Officer, which shall be designated by the local government unit, whether provincial, city, or municipal, agency, institution, or organization as authorized receiver of reports of cane. The LSWDO CPO can also be the case manager and or the Makabata coordinator. So this is aligned with EO 79 series of 2024, as briefly mentioned by Tita G earlier. The LSWDO CPO is preferably a registered social worker. So it says preferably a registered social worker because we are aware na meron po talagang kakulangan ngayon sa registered social worker. And then the LSWDO may designate an NGO social worker or a private social worker as a CPO if necessary and available. Kasi alam po namin na madami pong NGOs na nag-cater talaga and very active on the ground po. And then for Chapter 13, we have the roles and responsibilities of the multidisciplinary team. For Chapter 14, the medico-legal examination. Chapter 15, the role of the law enforcement agency. And for Chapter 16, we have the role of the DOJ and the prosecutors. So this chapter po was actually consulted and approved by our previous chief of the task force on women and children against trafficking in persons, our speaker for session 3, retired senior assistant state prosecutor Nini Alejo. So we have the general duties of the prosecutors who can file for violations of RA 7610, RA 11930, and other government agencies. The contents of the complaint, psychological evaluation shall not be required if psychological abuse has not been alleged. The procedures, preventing trauma to the child, confidentiality, no dismissal, specific duties when the child is in court, and the use of transcript of forensic interview in lieu of sworn statement. So we have the last chapter now, which is Chapter 17, when the child is in court. So there's the prohibition of dismissal on desistance, recantation, or withdrawal, and the confidentiality, and of course, child-sensitive court proceedings. So I will be discussing now the breakdown of the flow chart po. So for the first column, we have the reporting. So anybody can be a reporter. We have the mandatory reporters. He or she shall be the head of any public or private hospital, medical clinic, and similar institutions, attending physician and nurse. And we have the duty-bound reporters, who shall be teachers and administrators in public schools, probation officers, government lawyers, law enforcement officers, barangay officials, corrections officers, and other government officials and employees whose work involves dealing with children. We have the school/child protection committee, and of course the helpline/slash other hotlines such as the Makabata 1383 or the Iyakat 1343. So who are the acceptors of reports? So we have the DSWD under RA 7610, the CHR, the Local Social Welfare and Development Office of the municipality, city, or province, the Philippine National Police, the National Bureau of Investigation, other law enforcement agencies, the punong barangay or tribal leader, barangay kagawad, any member of the Barangay Council for the Protection of Children or the BCPC, or barangay help desk person or violence against women desk officer. Under RA 11930, it also includes the following: the concerned barangay authorities, the local council for the protection of children, the school child protection committee, regional interagency committee against trafficking in persons and violence against women and their children, or the RCAT-VAUC, and we have the LCAT-VAUC for the local committee against trafficking, any member agency of the National Coordination Center against online sexual abuse or exploitation of children and child sexual abuse or exploitation materials, or the NCC-OSAIC-CISAM, the local anti-OSAIC and anti-CISAM committees, or any member agency of the Interagency Council against Trafficking or the IACAT. So when accepting reports, we are now on the second column. Third column, apologies. On accepting reports at the barangay officials shall receive reports and record in a secure blotter, conduct a limited interview. We have a sample questionnaire, which is included in the annex of the protocol. They shall not ask the child detailed questions, and within 24 hours, they must contact the LSWDO designated child protection officer and refer the case to the social worker. They must also refer the child to the nearest WCPU, and they shall not conduct any mediation or conciliation. So for the referral, the case must be referred to by the LSWDO to the designated child protection officer within 48 hours, and the LSWDO/CPO must refer to the MDT or the multidisciplinary team of the LGU or the Women and Children Protection Unit, and they must coordinate with the law enforcement agency. So if you can see po with the arrows, we have arrow above and below. So depende po kung saan mauuna yung pag-report. So they must always coordinate with each other po. Kaya po yung arrows meron sa taas and meron sa baba. Kasi simultaneous na dapat lagi silang nagko-coordinate with each other. So for the initial response, case management is a structured and systematic process used by social workers to assess, plan, implement, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate services for individuals and families in need. The process involves identifying and gathering relevant information about a person's or family's needs, including its root causes, assessing the needs of the client and their family, planning a package of services to meet the client's needs, implementing the delivery of services, coordinating the services, monitoring the delivery of services, evaluating the services, and advocating for the client. So, start of the case management includes guidelines on rescue, and there's the identified case manager. So, here po you can see for the initial response, ito po yung mga kailangan gawin ng social worker, and then we have the risk/safety assessment. So, if deemed not safe, they must file for protective custody, and then kapag safe naman po, they will just continue the care po. So, ito po yung continuation of care. So, we have the psychosocial support and other child protection services, the healing and recovery, and the reintegration or relocation, independent living, and other alternatives. So, there's the provision of child protection services and continuing case management, which outlines the duties of the MDT in case management. It includes duties of court social workers and guidance on aftercare and reintegration. So next po, if the case is reported and the report is accepted by the law enforcement, it stresses that joint interview will occur within 48 hours and outlines the duties of law enforcement. So here po, we have the filing of the complaint, whether inquest or preliminary investigation. If there's a filing of information to court, magpo-proceed na po with the hearings, and if dismissed, pwede po mag-MR. And then we have the whole process po of the court proceedings, and after which, whether the accused is guilty or not guilty. And it also includes guidance of proceedings when a child is in court. So last po, if you can see, meron po yung red box for the parang majority of the flowchart. So ito po, it stresses that the MDT services are delivered regardless of whether a complaint is filed or whether it reaches court or not. So MDT services shall still be delivered kahit hindi po natuloy sa court. So ito na po, next steps of the CSPC po. So previously, last October 1 to 3, we actually had a visioning workshop at Tagaytay wherein we consulted the key member agencies of the CSPC on what their vision is for the revised protocol as to the rollout, as to 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And then we have planned a national training of trainers for 2026, the rollout of the protocol, creation of primers. So the primers po is individual primers for each stakeholder or duty bearer. So we have one primer for social workers, another primer for law enforcement officers, another primer for prosecutors, for children. We also have one for health professionals, for teachers. So ito po, individual primers catered na po sa mga nitty-gritty details of what they need to help implement po yung protocol. And lastly po, we have the development of online learning for 2026. Kasi alam po namin na imposible pong ma-roll out siya ng face-to-face ng mabilisan po. And syempre, when it comes to children, we have to act fast po. So there was a suggestion actually by Doc Bernie to create an online learning po para initially na magkaroon na ng idea yung mga tao on what the protocol is all about, and magkakaroon po siya ng pre-test, post-test para po to assess po if naintindihan na po ba talaga ng mga duty bearers yung protocol po. Yun lang po. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney C, for the overview of the much-awaited revised protocol. So before we continue with our proceedings, I would like to ask if anybody has any questions for Attorney C regarding the overview of the revised protocol that she had just presented. Oh, somebody from the back?
Hello, good morning. Attorney Maspo from Child Rights Advocacy Center of Miriam College. I'm also the legal consultant of Child Protection Unit, Dr. Bernie.
Hi, yes.
Hi, Doc.
Good morning po.
You mentioned a while ago about the risk safety assessment. I just would like to ask if this should be part of the protocol. Kasi at CPU, our social workers do risk assessment,
Yes.
safety assessment, and as a lawyer social worker, I saw that it's very important for social workers to know that as well. So I just would like to ask if that would be part of the protocol, the risk safety assessment. Thank you.
Yes po, thank you very much po for that question. Yes po, it is actually included na po dun sa protocol. But if you have other questions po for as to the nitty-gritty, sisend po namin ngayon yung protocol para may idea po kayo kung ano na po talaga yung mismong laman niya. But the risk and safety assessment po, meron po specific section po dun sa protocol po. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Edna from Save the Children. Just a few questions regarding children's participation in the development of the revised protocol. So, first question were children consulted? And also, secondly, are there provisions for reporting for children with disabilities or children with special needs in particular? Kasi since they are the most affected by abuse and exploitation, di ba? So, will there be provisions for them to report? Kasi hindi siya apparent in the revised protocol. Thanks.
Yes po. Bali for the child participation po, we will be consulting them for the children's primers po. Para po talagang mas maganda po kasi na sila po for their specific primers po yung makonsult namin. But for the overall of the revised protocol po, they were not consulted po. So ang kinonsult po dito is the actual implementers po of the case management. But for the detailed primers po, doon po i-consult po sila para kung ano po yung mas maganda on how they can access po the yung justice system po on their level. Meron na po, I guess, na for children on reporting po is for the school protection committees po since it is within their educational institution po. And for the PWDs po and other vulnerable sectors po, wala pong specific chapters. Bali, ito po is, as I've mentioned po, is for the implementers po. So even if kunyari PWD po or other vulnerable po, they can still report po through the different mechanisms such as the barangay, the law enforcement officer, the school committees po, if it is in a child placing institution, ganun po.
We believe kasi there's still merit in consulting children, especially in in programs or services or systems such as these that impact them specifically. Can you hear me?
Yes po, sorry, medyo mahina
Yeah.
lang po ako.
So we believe there's merit in consulting children, not just in when things are already implementing, but even in the development process. So baka po pwedeng makonsider natin, especially in the reporting. Kasi in the data, di ba, mababa yung reporting ng mga bata. And maybe our idea of reporting has our idea of reporting as adults is different from the idea of reporting ng mga bata. So something that has to be considered in the revised protocol. Kasi for the past several years, we've been working directly with children, and from what they have, what they actually say mirrors what's in the data na hindi talaga sila nag-report because there's actual barriers to reporting. So I think yun yung dapat sana masama in the mix, and more so yung mga may special needs, may special concerns, because children with disabilities can't even report in the first place, or maybe even systems, yung mga existing systems natin has barriers in said reporting. So yun lang. Something for us to be something for us to be cognizant about, or even IP children, for example, kasi since they also face discrimination, how are they able to report? So something for us to think about.
Yes po, thank you so much po. We'll take into consideration po, especially for the development of the primers po, since sila din po yung gagamit nun in the future po. Thank you. Yes, Doc Bernie.
Well, it's well taken what was said about consulting children. I think what everyone should be clear is that this is a living protocol. So that means that if there are still recommendations that will improve it, there's nothing to prevent us from, improving the protocol.
Yes.
So it's not like in stone. Yeah.
Yes, if I may add also.
Yes, Faaz.
As mentioned a while ago by our attorney Angel, we will be developing specific primers for specific stakeholders. So there will be a primer for prosecutors, primers for social workers, primer for law enforcement agents. So with the development of the primers, we can include child participation, and their voices can be heard. And as mentioned by Doc Bernie also, this is a living document. So this primer kasi is like a general overview of child protection from reporting until the case ends. So dun po sa primer, dun na yung nitty-gritty details of what the stakeholders should do, and ano na yung mga kailangan talaga nilang specifics na kailangan na nilang gawin in terms of the protection of children. Yes po. Thank you.
Thank you, Asek.
Hi.
Hi, sir.
Hi, attorney. Ano lang po, siguro yung may question ako siguro pagdating dun sa revised protocol. Yung ibang portion nung document, ang term ay victim survivor. Pero yung ibang, kunyari, pagdating sa yung minimum interview guide, victim lang yung nakalagay dun sa form. May implication ba pag gagabitin na natin na victim survivor as compared to victim lang legally, or pwedeng gawin na nating victim survivor?
Actually, sir, hindi ko lang po na-update yung PowerPoint ko, pero pina-standardize na po namin dun sa protocol na victim survivor po. Kasi it was actually raised din po during the council board meeting sa CWC po na isa-standardize po na victim survivor yung gagamitin na term.
So even dun sa siguro yung suggested forms, kasi nakalagay na name of victim, baka name of victim survivor. Para ano, thank you.
I-update
If
na.
I may add also, legally, wala namang implication kung victim or victim survivor legally.
Thank you po. Do we have any other questions from the crowd? Oh, yes. Oh, another one. But this one first.
Yes, good morning po to everybody. I'm Coti Halmasco po from CSWDO Pasig, but detailed at Kanlungan sa Pasig. A 24-hour caring facility, catering not just for children, but also for VAUSI, the adult and elderly, and the teen moms. Well, in addition lang po, first of all, I would like to commend all the stakeholders present here, especially the central office, the SWD central office, and the NCR, and the other LGUs present here. I would just like to ask po, ma'am, with your permission, there are many manuals, what do you call it, mga policies na talaga pong vis-a-vis pinagtutulungan ng mga stakeholders. However, at your end po, ma'am, what do you think is the policy gap that still exists in terms of protecting children from abuse, neglect, exploitation, and discrimination? Kasi, check naman po, with all those policy, still may gaps. Kaya nga po nagka-come up ng mga ganito po. Thank you po.
Bali, honestly, personally speaking po, I don't see a gap in policies po kasi we have actually sobrang dami po, voluminous po ang policies natin on child protection. For me, the gap is the implementation and the collaboration of stakeholders po. Dapat po, kagaya ng sinabi kanina ni OIC Secretary Vida, we should coordinate and collaborate together po. Kasi no agency or institution or individual can do this alone po. So yun po yung nakikita kong gap, yung pag-coordinate ng mga agencies, tayong lahat po, we should all communicate with each other. Hindi po tayo dapat nagsasapawan kung hindi laging collaborative effort po. And yun po, yung pag-implement lang din po of the existing policies po. Yun, thank you. Hopefully nasagot ko naman po yung question niya, ma'am. Okay pa. Thank you po.
Good morning, Attorney. My name is Myla Gatchalian. I'm from the SWD. Attorney, on our consultation with LSWDOs, there are issues being raised on additional requirements being requested from one stakeholder to another with regards to handling of cases of children. My question is, what mechanisms are in place in order to monitor the compliance of various stakeholders on the protocol? Thank you.
For the monitoring of compliance, it was actually mentioned po during the visioning workshop. If meron po dapat agency na magmo-monitor for the compliance of each agency or duty bearer sa protocol po. But currently, we still do not have a concrete answer or decision po as to sinong agency or program po, if it will be the CSPC, the DSWD, the DOJ na magmo-monitor po. So we are still trying to come up po with a concrete plan. It is part of the visioning po. Kasi actually kailangan po talaga ng monitoring body. So for now, wala pa po talagang sagot as of date po. But hopefully, magkaroon na po kami ng concrete answer within the year po para we can cascade it din po sa inyo on who to report to if there's a specific body na hindi nag-comply po. Thank you. Yes pa si ASEC po. Ayun.
And then, if I may add also that we are striving and we will recommend the inclusion of yung effective implementation of the protocol sa ating CFLGA for the local government to really implement this protocol. And nandito po yung CCWC. Na kasi po dun sa child-friendly local government audit, meron doong parang facet on child protection. So we can include that doon sa minomonitor po ng CWC. Apa.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Yes, there is.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for that presentation. I'm Kathleen Honcolada from Terdisam, Netherlands. So just 2 questions for the presenter. So first, I understand that it involves cases of abuse, neglect, exploitation, and discrimination, but I'm not sure if we have already incorporated also the online aspect for the OSAE. If yes, how will the revised protocol collaborate or coordinate, for instance, with the National Strategy Plan for the Anti-OSAIC and Anti-CSAM law? So I am aware that we are currently finalizing the National Strategy Plan. I think it's also headed by the NCC OSAIC CSAM. And how will yung mga reporting hotlines, how will it collaborate also with the Makabata helpline? Kasi I think we are pegging it as the national helpline for all child protection related cases. So just to avoid duplication, ensure clear collaboration, how will it coordinate with the two? And then for my second question, what would be the role of the private sector in the revised protocol? So will they have a primer also? Kasi for instance, private sectors and even banks, financial institutions, for instance, play a crucial role in reporting cases of child labor and even sexual exploitation of children. So that would be my 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you po. Mali ma'am, Tita G will answer daw po your questions.
Of course, because ASEC Anika mentioned the child-friendly local governance audit, I should be standing up here. Well, of course, the child-friendly local governance audit is a mandatory audit for all LGUs. Okay? Ang isang recent example that it was the President himself who said that dapat maging part ng indicators ng CFLGA yung OSAIC, CSAM. So, the lead naman po talaga ng CFLGA is actually DILG. We are part of the core group. So, yung paggawa ng indicators or if there will be developments, pinag-uusapan po yan towards the end of every year para ma-consider yung mga, kung ano man yung development. The recent one was, of course, the OSAIC, CSAM indicators, which the President himself said that. About this, yung presence of, I was asking ASEC Anika if it's the presence of the revised protocol as part of the tools that the LGU should have pwede naman din po na ilalabi natin yan sa DILG and the core group that's handling the indicators of the CFLGA. On the question of the protocol and also the hotlines, how it complements each other. Babalik po ako dun sa na-mention ko kanina na EO79 series of 2024, which is the establishment of the Makabata program and the institutionalization of the Makabata Helpline 1383. The Makabata program is supposed to be a one-stop shop program po for CNSP. Actually, it started with Secretary Gatchalian really asking, sino pinupuntahan na ahensya sa local community, sa LGUs, it's something about the abuse of children. So, dun nga po lumabas, pina-identify sa amin, sino yung CNSP? So, we told him who are the CNSP. At ayun nga, iba-iba yung pinupuntahan. Pagka children living with HIV, pupunta siyempre sa local DOH. Pagka children with disability, pupunta pa rin sa PIDAW. And he really didn't want that. And even the president didn't want that. Gusto nila, isa lang yung pinupuntahan mo. And ang identified naman po, when you speak of parents patriae, o where parents fail, ang talagang may protective custody na kasi is DSWD. Ang DSWD po yung identified. Kaya pagdating, hindi naman po pwedeng yung national DSWD lagi yung pupuntahan natin. That's where you put the local social welfare development office, the officers. Kaya dun sa EO79, magkakaroon po ng child protection officers, ito yung mga mag-handle ng cases, and you have the Makabata program coordinators also. Yung Makabata helpline naman po, it should be complementing, although it says, if you look at the EO, it will say na siya yung central reporting system. But that does not mean you do away with all the existing helplines. No, we should be complementing lang po. Kasi yung Makabata program also would establish a database that would be under the SWD. So yung mangyayari lang po, yung mga reports will be in just one place na pagdating sa pagka pinag-usapan ng child abuse. And when you say Makabata program, dito po magiging compendium siya ng protocols. The revised protocol on the case management of actually RA 7610 cases po yan. Siya yung mother protocol. Siya yung go-to lagi kasi ng LGU social workers, di ba? Pero iba pa rin po ang protocol ng CSAC. Iba ang protocol, iba ang pag-handle sa children in situations of armed conflict. In the same manner, iba ang protocol ng children in conflict with the law. Iba ang protocol ng children living with HIV. Iba, kasi pag sinabi mo, children in street situations, hindi lahat yun ay may pang-aabuso. But there is definitely a protocol in handling CISS. Yun naman po yung magiging papel ng Makabata program. I don't know if I'm preempting, although Ada Colico is here. ASEC Ada is here. Magkakaroon po kasi ng JMC, Joint Memorandum Circular. The implementation guidelines of the EO79 should be coming out. But the latest directive that we had from Secretary is to convert it into a joint memorandum circular of the implementing agencies to make sure na ito ay may implement. Mention na po nga po kanina ni Attorney Angel, marami tayong policies. Known ng Pilipinas to have a rich legal framework. The only thing that's always lacking or yung ating Waterloo is the implementation. Dito tayo kailangan magsama-sama po. Yun lang po.
I-add ko lang about doon sa INCC o SAEC. NCC OSAIC was consulted in the development of this protocol. Actually, there's a section or a chapter integrating the flowchart of NCC OSAIC. And then they said through Executive Director May Flores that they will be developing a separate protocol focusing on OSAIC and CSAM. So that's why here in the revised protocol, as mentioned by Ma'am G, this is like the mother protocol. And then NCC OSAIC will be developing an in-depth protocol. And then this protocol naman was vetted by NCC OSAIC. And of course, NCC OSAIC is also chaired by the Department of Justice. So we're in the same family. So yun po, maraming salamat.
Also, we will be harmonizing po the referral pathway of the revised protocol with the OSAIC CSAM po. Thank you. Yes, Doc Bernie.
Two things lang. I was going to add to sa last sentence ni G when she said our Waterloo is implementation. You know, I asked ChatGPT, what are the best laws on OSAIC in the whole world? And then, so ChatGPT gave me 3 answers, and then it gives what is the weakness. Okay, so the 3 answers were the UK online safety law, the Australia online safety law, and the Philippines anti-OSAIC law, 11930. When it came to what is the weakness under the Philippines, if only they can implement it. Pati si ChatGPT alam. Anyway, back to why there is a mother protocol. There's a mother protocol because, remember, we have limited resources, manpower, budget, etc. So, we cannot have like one response for child sexual abuse na contact, and then another response for child sexual abuse na online. Hindi pwede yun. We really have to harmonize how these services and rationalize how these services will be given because hindi masustain kung every issue may sarili siyang response. Because pare-parehas din yung mga tao. We meet each other in every meeting. Iba lang title ng meeting. Oh, ngayon, OSAIC tayo. And then next time, oh, ngayon, CSPC tayo. And you're talking about the same people. And then later on, down there on the ground, it's the same barangay. Wala namang barangay for OSAIC and then barangay for CSPC. It's the same barangay. So that's why there's a mother protocol, and then the details on where, the specific details is of course kung saan ipag-uusapan. Talaga bang separate yan? Or is it that you will educate or upskill the people who are handling the cases? Okay.
And yes po, ma'am. Sa likod.
Okay, magandang umaga po ulit.
Yes, good morning po.
I was listening kasi kanina po kay Ms. Chino, sinabi niya yung about the, parang it's a joint memorandum circular for all implementing agencies. I'm representing the academic po, private institutions, private academic institutions, Miriam College. We also have our protocol on how we handle cases of abuse outside of the school kasi we have a very strict policy in terms of abuses within the school piniprevent namin. But nung tinayo kasi po ang Child Rights Advocacy Center of Miriam College, we are one of the advocacy centers ng school. We have a partnership with the Council for the Welfare of Children, particularly the implementation of Makabata Helpline 1383. So when the kids learn about it, may mga lumalabas po na cases, And ang laging tanong sa akin ng mga teachers is, Attorney Mas, how can we protect ourselves? Kasi the parents can actually charge us, no? Pwede kaming kasuhan. And in fact, it happened to me as well, no? I stood up for a child and I ended up being accused, no? And of course, may parang gustong ipa-administrative sanction kami nung school principal din nung school namin. So, suggestion lang siguro, ma'am, no? If you're going to have the the joint circular, probably you can request DepEd to also consider the protection of teachers, no, and guidance counselors from private academic institutions, because we also have a lot of we're also doing a lot of things, no, inside our own academic institutions, and we have our own child protection policy as well. And in fact, Miriam College is now crafting its own protocol in handling disclosures of child abuse within the school. Kasi meron talagang nangyayari sa loob ng tahanan. And it doesn't mean that because you're rich, no, or you're well off, abuse doesn't happen. It just so happens siguro po na mas maraming nagko-complain doon sa mga sa mga private schools, sa mga public schools. But abuses happens in private schools as well. So siguro para lang po ma-address yung agam-agam din po ng mga teachers and guidance counselors namin, na ano naman yung protection namin. Kasi sa law talaga, if you're going to look at the law, ang mandatory reporters are from public schools. Yes. Hindi naman yung private schools eh. Kaya laging tanong sa akin ni Attorney Mas, how can we protect ourselves? Ano yung tungtungan natin? Ang lagi kong sagot, nakalagay naman may moral obligation tayo. Yes, we have the moral duty to protect children. And I think that would be our tungtungan, our foundation in helping our kids. So I hope that this time, when you do the guidelines, no, or the joint memorandum circular, can you kindly ask DepEd to also consider protecting the private school teachers and guidance counselors, because we are also helping curb, no, and prevent abuses among our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much po. We actually have a department order po for immunity of social workers. So maybe we can request or ask the OIC secretary or to issue a similar guideline po on immunity of teachers po. And ayun po. And we can also maybe include it po dun sa detailed primers na dinidiscuss po namin. And we have Sasvinini pa. Yes,
Sorry, Angel. Good morning, everybody. I think I'm going to talk about that protection of those who, no, yung mga pinagsusumbungan ng mga bata. National laws po ang nagpo-protect sa inyo. So hindi na kailangan itong mga protocol na to. But that will be talked about later. Different po yan, lalo na sa OSAIC, no? Pag-usapan natin mamaya. Salamat po.
Thank you, Sasvinini.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, as you can see, they are now serving iced teas for lunch. So thank you again, Attorney C, for the overview of the revised protocol. Okay, so as previously mentioned, before we continue, let us help ourselves for the lunch provided by the Hilton Hotel. Let us find ourselves back here for our program at 1:30 p.m., where we will be graced by the presence of Secretary Amina Pangandian. Thank you so much. You may now enjoy your lunch.
Okay, kasi tangkad ko lang po kasi siya. Now, I'm tasked to talk about access to justice and support for child victims of abuse, neglect, exploitation, and discrimination. Next slide, please. Our objective this afternoon is to learn or to know how child victims of abuse, neglect, exploitation, and discrimination access the justice system. To know the usual laws violated with regard to rights of children, and to become aware of the basic roles of the pillars of the criminal justice system in protecting the rights of the child. Why do I say some usual laws? Because do you know that in the year 1990s, ganito na po kakapal yung book na pinublish ng UNICEF on laws concerning children. So I have to pick out the laws commonly violated. Okay, next slide. So, this particular law is an international instrument, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, or what we call the CRC. It entered into force on September 2, 1990. The basis, among others, is the United Declaration of Human Rights, where it says there basically that the childhood is entitled to special care and assistance, and also it's based in other international instruments. The primary consideration is the best interest of the child. And all our local laws here follow that particular principle. Always for the best interest of the child. Also, the protection of children from all forms of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse is provided for under Article 34 of the said CRC, International Instrument. Next slide. Now, the Philippines came up after ratifying the said Convention on the Rights of the Child, came up with Republic Act 7610, otherwise known as a Special Protection of Children Against Child Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination, which was amended by Republic Act 7658 and Republic Act 9231, both of which talk about the working children or child labor. It took effect in June of 1992 and penalizes offenses committed against children in indigenous cultural communities, offenses committed against children in situations of armed conflict or the CSAC, as amended by Republic Act 11188. And then penalizes also child trafficking. Later, we will distinguish between child trafficking and trafficking in persons or human trafficking in persons. Labor-related offenses committed against children, as amended by Republic Act 7658, further amended by Republic Act 9231. It also talks about obscene publications and indecent shows, child prostitution and other sexual abuse, and other acts of abuse. Later, we will tackle about some cases which talk about these topics. Next slide. Republic Act 11596. This is an act prohibiting the practice of child marriage. What is to be remembered here? Child betrothal and marriage shall have no legal effect and considered child abuse. Kaya po yung merong isang kulto dito sa atin, pinagkasal yung mga bata. Di po ba? Ang ginawa ko, sabi ko doon sa mga, when I was still in active service, I asked the handling prosecutors file charges for violation of this particular act. It also penalizes those who facilitate and solemnize child marriages and penalizes cohabitation of an adult with a child outside of wedlock. So sabi ko nga, beware yung mga may edad na adult, tapos ang ka-live-in partner nila 16 years old, 17 years old. My goodness, a clear violation of this particular law. It is considered a public crime, hindi private crime yon. So kahit si neighbor na gustong makialam sa buhay ng may buhay, pwede niyang kargahan ng kaso yun. Okay? Next slide. Republic Act 9208 or the Anti-Human Trafficking Law as amended by Republic Act 10364, further amended by Republic Act 11862. It entered into force on December 25, 2007, although the Philippines ratified earlier on May 28, 2002. This is the kilometric definition of human trafficking actually. It penalizes recruitment, obtaining, hiring, providing, offering, transportation, transfer, maintaining or harboring or receipt of persons with or without the victim's consent or knowledge within or across national borders by means of threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, etc., for purposes of exploitation. Next slide. Okay. I will talk about human trafficking at the same time with this Republic Act 11930 or the Anti-Online Sexual Abuse of Children or OSAEC and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials, the SISAM. It lapsed into law on July 30, 2022. Hindi po siya pinirmahan ng presidente din. Kung kumbaga wala lang, siguro na-confuse yung president dahil yung provisions nito almost the same as the provisions of Republic Act 9208, amended by 10364 and 11862. Halos magkapareho sila. So nag-lapse siya into law. Anong maalala mo dito sa Republic Act 11930? It has the protection of a good Samaritan. So kung sino man ang nagsumbong, protected siya dito as long as they did it in good faith, no? Protected siya dito. And the same yung tinatawag nating safe harbor protection. Kasi ito online. So, para makapagsumbong siya, syempre, ni-record niya at isa-submit niya sa law enforcers. May tinatawag doon na safe harbor protection. Hindi siya magiging liable, wala siyang criminal liability. The same as with human trafficking, the consent of the victims are irrelevant. Even pumayag yan, irrelevant ang consent nila. No? I remember once when I was still in active service, a group of law enforcers went into my office. And then, may kasama silang a woman and a man. Ma'am, we caught them doing live sex on stage. We are going to file charges of, ang tawag nito, prostitution against them, blah, 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 etc. And then I look at them and I said, have you read Republic Act 9208, the law on human trafficking? And then he said, yes, ma'am, I have read the law. I took a copy of the law, turned to section 17, if I'm not mistaken, and then I asked him, I want you to read the law to me. And then he said, ma'am, I have already read the law. No, I want you to read the law to me aloud. Aloud. Siyempre, susunod siya sa piskal. Binasa niya. Now, you understand what you have just read. Yes, ma'am. Hindi pa rin. Okay, I will not move an inch until you change your recommendation. Biglang kinuha yung mga papel, pinalitan. No, they're considered victims. So their consent is irrelevant. Malay ninyo kung sa bahay mayroong anak na kailangan ng gamot. Sa bahay nila may magulang na kailangan magdala sa ospital, kailangan ng pera. Kaya pumayag sila sa ganun. Because pinagalitan ko sa malay nyo habang ginagawa nila yun, umiiyak sila, lumuluha sila. They're considered victims. So in other words, chinains po nila yon. They shall not, charges of 9208, human trafficking, and 11930 should not dismiss, no? Para lang sa affidavit of desistance. Bawal po yan. In my 29 years of service sa DOJ, 3 lang po talaga ang bawal na dinidiscourage ang fiscal mag-entertain ng affidavits of desistance. First po, sa child abuse, bawal yan. Second, sa human trafficking, eventually dito din sa 11930. And third po, yung walang kakwenta-kwentang theft of cellphones. Hindi ko alam kung nabago na yun. Kasi until now, hindi ko maintindihan why. Okay? So, yung 3 yan, bawal po mag-dismiss based on affidavits of desistance sa court. Di po pinagbibigyan ng korte yan. Okay, let's talk about human trafficking, child trafficking under 7610, and human trafficking under 9208. Wala po sa slides yan. Binalik bigla, no? Anyway, first, sa human trafficking, binasa natin kanina, ang purpose is always for exploitation. In other words, without exploitation, you don't have human trafficking. Okay? Kasi essential element siya ng trafficking in persons law. Punta tayo dito sa child trafficking under Republic Act 7610. Dito naman po, yung sale or barter of children, palitan, for any consideration. Never mind the purpose. Basta for any consideration, that's child trafficking. Sample. When I was borrowed, well, quote-unquote borrowed by the Office of the City Prosecutor of Muntinlupa City, there was a case there which I handled in court, no? But which I have to move for amendment of the information kasi ano siya, nakasulat doon, human trafficking. It's just child trafficking. Ano itong kaso na to? I don't know if you're familiar with Liana's Mall ba? Sa likod yata yan sa Muntinlupa. Meron doon nagtitinda ng babies. Nakalatag lang yung babies doon, no? Parang wares. Yan, babies talaga. No? Ang baby girl mas mahal kaysa sa baby boy. Okay? I do not know why. Kung papish yan or biek, maintindihan ko, palahian. Pero babies tao. So, ngayon this was covered by the investigador nung araw, no? So may kumbaga ano sila, in-entrap nila, no? Yung nagbebenta, lola. And yung lola ng mga bata. And she was very proud, marami na siyang nabenta na babies, no? Yung mga apo. Masaya pa siya. Okay. Suppose, let's look at the distinction. Suppose, a couple, nasa lahi ng mga Ayala, Pangilinan, Sobel, na walang anak, na bumili ng baby, pagkatapos itong baby na to, magkakaroon ng 100 ng yaya, ipapadala sa London to study, no? At magiging eventually, heredero or heredera ng kanilang lahat na properties. Tanong, is the baby exploited? Tatanungin ko ba yung yung tao mo, General Sheila? Takot siya bigla, nagtago sa likod. Is the baby exploited? Exploited? Na-exploit ba si baby? Yes? Oh, no. Yes, no. Kung iisipin mo nga, dapat sasabihin mo, sana all. Diba, nakakaingit si baby? Okay, let's compare that particular situation dito sa situation na to. Suppose ang bumili dun kay baby, syndicate na nagbebeg sa streets. Yung kumakatok sa bintana mo, palimos si baby, susugatan, gugutumin para umiyak, magmukhang kawawa. Same question, is the baby exploited? You see, a resounding yes. Tama. You're right, because the baby is exploited. Yung isa, there's child trafficking lang. Kasi si baby, mapupunta sa mabuting kamay, but kasalanan pa rin yun. Violation pa rin yun ng law. Etong sa pangalawang situation, na-exploit si baby. Right? O yun. So clear na sa inyo. Si child trafficking at saka si human trafficking under Republic Act 7610. And when I was still working with Yusek Marge Mami sa DOJ, nag-ano kami, punta kami ng Palawan kung kailan, yung uso doon yung Muruami. Binibenta yung mga bata sa mga shipping vessels para yung mga bata sila yung sisisid doon sa ilalim. Pero binibenta sila. That's human trafficking. Kasi yung mga bata exploited. Diba? Without the proper gears or whatever, or protection or safety, wala. No? So labor trafficking yun ng mga bata. So now you know the distinction? Wala akong nadidinig. From the prosecutors, I expect too much from you. You know the distinction? Ha? Wala pa rin? Ha? Ha? Sumbungo kayo kay Madam Hazel Valdez para i-training kayo. O na? Ha? You know now the distinction between the two laws? Very good. Okay. Next slide, please. We'll talk about the Republic Act 10175 or the Anti-Cybercrime Act, inasmuch as it affects children and penalizes child pornography, etc. It penalizes all crimes defined and penalized by the revised penal code and special laws when committed with the use of information and communications technology, where the penalty will be 1 degree higher. This is also without prejudice to any liability for violation of the revised penal code or special laws. I remember when I was still in active service, I chaired the task force on women and children and against human trafficking for 9 years until my retirement. One of the members, I have to call one of the members and I asked her, Why do we have to charge for violations of law, the penalty of which is life imprisonment, and these charges are all 10, more than 10. And she told me, Ma'am, kasi galit ako. Well, what's the case? Ito po yung babing binenta online kasi nalulung sa isabong yung nanay niya. Sabi niya, galit po ako. Alam kong nakakagalit. Pero, sabi ko, first, isipin mo nanay yan. Darating ang panahon na hanapin niya ng anak niya. Diba? Kasi kasalanan ni fiscal yan. So, the point there is, why do I say these things? Pwedeng mag-file ng as many cases as she wants si fiscal. Huwag as long as mapapatunayan niya bawat case na final niya. Okay? Pwede mong kargahan niya ng 11930. Pwede din siya sa 7610. Pwede siya sa 9208. No? Pwede mong sabay-sabayin yan as long as hindi pare-pareho yung elements sa informations ninyo. Iba-ibahin ninyo. Para yun lang ang ipoprove ninyo. Next slide, please. Okay, Republic Act 9344 or the Juvenile Justice Act, it provides for the rights of children in conflict with the law, and ang basis po niya, the principle of restorative justice. Kasi we talk about children. Dito po, children 15 years old and above are exempted from criminal liability, but subjected to an intervention program by the DSWD. Now, 15 years old and one day, ibig sabihin, nag-birthday na siya, kinabukasan na ng birthday niya, but below 17 years old, but without discernment, they are still exempted from criminal liability. Ano ibig sabihin? Hindi niya alam na yung ginawa niya mali. Okay? But still subjected to intervention program. Now, how about those 15 years old plus one day but below 18 years old with discernment, meaning to say they acted with discernment, of course, subject to the provisions, they are entitled to the privileges and benefits given by Republic Act 9344 or the Juvenile Justice Welfare Act. Next slide. Republic Act 10627 or the Anti-Bullying Act of 2013. Sabi, it shall refer to any severe or repeated use by one or more students of a written, verbal, or electronic expression or a physical act or gesture or any combination thereof directed at another student that has the effect of actually causing or placing the latter in reasonable fear of physical or emotional harm or damage to his property, creating a hostile environment at school for the other student, infringing on the rights of the other student at school, or materially and substantially disrupting the education process or the orderly operation of a school. That's the definition there, no? Tapos next slide. Now, the implementing rules and regulations of the said law divided this into physical bullying, psychological or emotional bullying, verbal bullying, cyberbullying, social bullying, and gender-based bullying. So what is to be remembered here? Sa bata na naandoon, administrative sanction, except kapag matindi ang nagawa niya. No? In one of the cases that I handled in Muntinlupa City, nagsaksakan. Ako, prominent schools pa naman. No? Nagsaksakan, buti na lang pareho naman buhay. No? Of course, dinala sila sa criminal justice system dahil hindi kaya ng administrative liability lang yan. No? Kaya nakakaawa din. Yung mga bata, ganyan ang nangyayari. Pero ang pinaka nakakatakot dito, ang pinapenalize ang school. Pag wala siyang ginawang action, pag private school yan, pwede tanggalan ng lisensya. Hindi na mag-operate. Ang public schools, may administrative sanctions po yan. Kaya sabi ko, this particular law is addressed to schools na ito ang dapat ninyong gawin. No? Kasi bakit hindi ka agad sa school children kung yung penalty naman ng nagawang offense mababa? Kasi naman, this might run counter to the provisions of Republic Act 9344 or the Juvenile Justice Welfare Act. No? Pero pag severang ginawa, katulad ng sinabi ko, nagsaksakan, bunta na kayo sa criminal justice system. But you have the rights and privileges of a child in conflict with the law under the said Republic Act. Next slide. Republic Act 11313 or the Safe Spaces Act, which was approved on April 17, 2019. This talks about gender-based streets and public spaces sexual harassment, gender-based online sexual harassment, qualified gender-based streets, public spaces and online sexual harassment, gender-based sexual harassment in the workplace, gender-based sexual harassment in educational and training institutions. What is important here is the creation of the Committee on Decorum and Investigation by the said establishments, which shall investigate, no? And siguro, put a sanction dun sa offender. Yan ang important na matatandaan dito sa law na to, sa Safe Spaces Act. Okay, next slide. Of course, we have the revised penal code or the RPCs, specifically the provisions on rape as amended by Republic Act 8353 and Republic Act 11648. Before po kasi, rape is classified as a private crime, no? Hindi pwedeng mag-file yung ibang tao kundi yung victim lang. Ngayon, yung Republic Act 8353, ni-reclassify niya si rape as a crimes against persons. So, pwede nang mag-file yung parents ng victim, etc., etc., no? It also talked about penile rape. Ibig sabihin, rape by the use of the penis and object rape, sexual assault. Yung nagpapasok ng instrument sa puwerta o sa mouth ng victim, no? Statutory rape and qualified rape. We will talk about that sa jurisprudence, no, ng Supreme Court later. Next slide. And finally, the rules on examination of a child witness. This is a Supreme Court administrative rule, no? It talks about the rights and privileges of a child victim, child witness, and child offender during trial. Hence, the Supreme Court created the family courts, no? These are child-sensitive courts. And sa particular process po nito, maraming nabago sa rules of court. Like for example, sa rules of court, bawal ang leading questions. But dito, pag bata ang iyong witness, you can ask leading questions. And children are allowed to narrate, no? And the family courts have tools to help children express their testimonies, specifically anatomically correct dolls and anatomically correct drawings. Pwede yan. Okay? Minakwento nga ako yung pag narration nung araw, bawal yan. The youngest that I presented in the witness stand is a 3-year-old child. Daldal. Dati hindi siya nagdadaldal. Naku, biglang, pagdating doon, I don't want to have her seated in the witness stand. Aba talaga, gusto niya talaga doon. Sige na nga. Sige, akyat siya doon. Kahit nagkakandahirap siya. Tapos, bigla siyang nagdaldal. Nitutumbo ko yung nabibrado ko na, nilalagay ko sa washing machine. Sus, nung huminto, ayoko na. Your Honor, move for continuance. Sabi ko naman kagad, habol-habol ko siya. Balik ka ha, please, balik ka. So, pinayagan siya. Pero hindi po pwedeng ganon under the rules. Kapag ordinary yung witness mo, ano lang po, question and answer. Bawal magsalaysay. Hindi po totoo yung nakikita natin sa television na may testigo, tapos sabihin, ganito pong nangyari, ning, yung black background na gano'n. Wala pong gano'n. Walang gano'n sa courtroom. Question and answer. Yon. Ngayon, kapag ka-leading questions naman, pag nag-ask ka ng leading questions sa testigo mo, dumadagundong na objection si defense. Objection, Your Honor, leading. No? So, bawal po yun. Meron kaming sinusunod na tuntunin sa korte. Okay. Next slide. Ito po yung best practices natin ngayon. On the part of the law enforcers, the Philippine National Police, presented here by my good friend, General Sheila. Yan. Meron po silang Women's and Children's Desk. Masipag po yan. Mag-training ng mga kapulisan. And happy naman po ako sa observation ko dahil alam ng mga kapulisan ang mga gagawin nila sa bata. No? Counterpart, National Bureau of Investigation, meron naman po silang yung VAU-CD, Violence Against Women and the Children's Desk. Meron din yung sa ATRAD, no? Sa NPS po, may task forces po tayo dyan. Sino yung mga members ng task force dito? Taas ang kamay. Pag di kayo nagtaas ng kamay, tatawagin ko kayo isa-isa. Taas ang kamay, please. Bakit takot, ha? Wala. Ayun ba si Atty. Si Fiscal Angel lang nagtataas ng kamay. We have the task forces. No? So, trained naman dapat. Supposed to be trained si task forces in handling these kind of cases. And sa judiciary, we have the family courts. They are child-sensitive courts. Iba po yung kanilang procedure na fina-follow kapag may bata na, number one, witness, or the victim, or the offender. Dapat ang treatment nila sa bata pare-pareho. Maging child-sensitive. Hindi po child-friendly, child-sensitive. Pag child-friendly, mahirap na po, sasabihin biased kami, kaya bigla kang at kumbaga ipapaalis sa'yo yung kaso. Next slide. Ayan. Dito na tayo sa points to remember. The usual question here is this. Sasabihin ng mga defense counsels which I encountered during my active service. Hindi naman po, Your Honor, ito prostituted child. Hindi naman siya subject to prostitution. What does the Supreme Court say? Section 5 of Republic Act 7610 does not merely cover a situation of a child being abused for profit, but also one in which a child engages in any lascivious conduct through coercion or intimidation. Ayan po yung case ng employer versus people. But the very first case na na-resolve na Supreme Court on Republic Act 7610 or the anti-child abuse is People versus Ernesto Larin, a 1998 case. Alam na alam ko po yung kaso yan kasi it was assigned to me. I conducted the preliminary investigation of the said case. Ano tong kaso na to? Hindi naman prostituted dito yung child. This is a child, a 14-year-old child who is a varsity swimmer of a big university outside of Manila. No? One day, while after her practice sa pagsiswimming, no, pumunta na siya sa shower room. Sinundan siya ni swimming instructor. At sinabihan siya, napansin ko na yung pubic hair mo lumalabas na sa swimsuit mo. Hubarin mo yung swimsuit mo at aahitin ko yan. I'm going to shave it. The bata naman, may moral ascendancy na itong si swimming instructor, sumunod naman. No? Sinunod naman niya. And then I asked her, paano niya ginawa yon? Ma'am, pinaupo po ako sa bangko and then pinabuka yung binti niya. And as I would always say, confronted with the glory that is heaven, etong swimming instructor na ito, immediately committed the act of cunnilingus against the child. Alam nyo yan, ha? Huwag nyo sabihin, hindi nyo alam yan. Hindi ako maniniwala. Alam nyo yung cunnilingus. Okay? So, he committed the act of cunnilingus against the child. Plus, hinubad niya yung trousers niya, pinahawak niya yung penis niya, sabi niya sa bata, hawakan mo ito. Tapos sabihin mo, pag nagka-boyfriend ka, sabihin mo sa boyfriend mo, huwag ipasok sa katawan mo. Tapos yung bata, hinawakan pa niya yung breast, etc., etc., tapos after which, hinatid niya sa sakayan na ng bus pa uwi. Tapos the next day, yung bata nagsabi, kasi troubled yung bata eh, Sir, mali yung ginawa niyo sa akin. Ang sabi nung instructor sa kanya, wala yan. Isang halik lang yan. Hinalikan pa yung bata sa labi. No? That day, umuwi yung father ng bata. Kinamusta yung anak? O kumusta? Tinapik sa dito. Nag-ano yung bata? Nagkumbaga parang nagwala, parang nag-ano-ano siya. No, nagulat na sila, nagtanong, anong nangyari? So napilitan siya magsabi. In-quest siya ngayon. I think that was during the time of Secretary Gingona. No? So I was tasked to handle the case. No? Ngayon, buhay pa nun yung aking good friend, si Prosecutor Manny Velasco, ang anak ni the great Epimaco Velasco, no? Ayun, sinabi sa akin, Nini, dapat acts of lasciviousness lang yan. Sabi ko, no, I believe Republic Act 7610 would stand alone.
Kinasuhan ko siya, violation of Section 5B of RA 7610. Sabi niya, hindi, baka ma-dismiss. Ay di mag-file ka ng sarili mong kaso kako. Nag-file siya, MTC, Acts of Lasciviousness, na-dismiss. Yung sa akin na-sustain hanggang sa Supreme Court, nag-lay down siya na ngayon ng decision yan. At makikita niyo po dyan sa decision and People versus Ernesto Larin, andyan yung mga legislative interpolations. Yung mga sinabi ng Kongreso tungkol sa batas na yan po. Enunciated dito po sa People versus Salvador Tulagan, CICL versus Child in Conflict with the Law, palagi po siyang binabanggit. Next slide. It also includes children subjected to sexual abuse even if the incident occurred only once. May tanong, paano pag isang beses lang nangyari? Well, either sexual abuse yan or physical abuse yan. It is child abuse. Look at Section 3 of the said law, Republic Act 7610. It says there, whether habitual or not. Ano ang hindi natin naiintindihan doon sa whether habitual or not? Diba? Ito ngayon ang sabi ng Korte Suprema. It is included in the classification children subjected to other sexual abuse. So children below 18 or those unable to fully take care of themselves from abuse, neglect, cruelty, exploitation, or discrimination because of their age or mental disability or condition incapable of giving rational consent to any lascivious act or sexual intercourse. Sabi ng Supreme Court pa, lack of free consent is conclusively presumed when the woman is below 12 years of age. Just a case of People versus Simplicio Delantar. Si Delantar, siya yung tinatawag natin na bugaw doon sa Halos Puffs case. Siya po yun. Okay, next slide. And then this case of Eduardo Kimbel Ibraga versus People, where the accused was charged and convicted by the trial court of acts of lasciviousness in relation to Section 5B of Republic Act 7610. Sabi ni Supreme Court, Section 5A of Republic Act 7610 punishes acts pertaining to or connected with child prostitution wherein the child is abused primarily for profit. Pero there's another side to it. Sabi pa ni Supreme Court, on the other hand, paragraph B punishes sexual intercourse or lascivious conduct committed on a child subjected to other sexual abuse. It covers not only a situation where a child is abused for profit, but also one in which a child, through coercion, intimidation, or influence, engages in sexual intercourse or lascivious conduct. Hence, the law punishes not only child prostitution, but also other forms of sexual abuse against children. This is even made clearer by the deliberations of the Senate as cited in the landmark ruling of People versus Larin. Yung kinuwento ko sa inyo, landmark case po yun. Siya yung basis ng mga child abuse cases na nire-resolve ng Supreme Court. Yan. Next slide. Now, it is also a settled rule that sexual intercourse with a woman who is a mental retardate with a mental age below 12 years old constitutes statutory rape. Sinabi na kanina yan, di ba? Below wala siyang kakayahan na pagtanggol ang sarili niya. It is not required for a rape victim to undergo a comprehensive medical examination so as to prove that he or she is a mental retardate. Mental retardation can be proven by evidence other than medical and or clinical evidence, such as the testimony of witnesses and even the observation by the trial court. However, the conviction of an accused of rape based on the mental retardation of the victim must be anchored on proof beyond reasonable doubt of the same. Ibig sabihin, the best pa rin if you can present a report from the psychiatrist or psychologist about the mental status of the child. Next slide. Now, in cases where penetration was not fully established, the court had consistently enunciated that rape was nevertheless consummated on the victim's testimony that she felt pain. The pain could be nothing but the result of penile penetration sufficient to constitute rape. Bakit? Pag tinanong niyo yung mga bata, saan pinasok? Ay, doon. Tuturo lang niya, doon. Masakit. Lalo pag very young children, hindi nila alam yan. Diba? Sabi nga, in People versus SXX, a rape case where the complainant did not see the penetration, the court held that the complainant's testimony as corroborated by the medical findings proved penetration. Okay, ito pong ginagawa ko nung araw na wala pa, hindi pa po uso yung anatomically correct dolls or anatomically correct drawings. Tatanungin po yung bata, especially yung mahirap mag-express. Ningali ka, Ning. Kunyari, Ning, ito yung Pepe. Sabi mo, hinawakan. Paano hinawakan? Kukunin ko yung kamay ng bata. Pakita mo nga sa akin, Ning. May bata na nagsasabi, ganyan lang daw. Of course, that's not rape, right? But that's lascivious conduct. Meron naman nagsasabing ganon. Ay nako, yan po ay rape. Sexual assault na yan. Okay? Makikita ninyo sa case ng People versus Efren Agaw. The first time in my life na nakakita ako ng decision ng Supreme Court na nag-include siya ng drawing na anatomy ng female genitalia. Wala naman ganyan usually ang mga jurisprudence ng Supreme Court. Okay? So it is very important to ask the child clearly. Ang laki ng diferensya nun. No? Pag dito, lascivious conduct. Pag dito, sexual assault na yan. Okay? Hindi mo na kailangan, sasabihin mo, kasi po ma'am, wala po kami nung dolls eh. Naku ha, you can be creative. Ma'am, wala po kami ng drawings, pwede ka nga maging creative eh. Paano pag lalaki? O anong ginawa iho? Ha? Anong ginawa sa'yo? Kinis po. O sige nga, paano kinis? Kunyari, ito si Pitoy mo, o paano na? Pag ginanyan lang niya, kiss nga lang. Pag ganyan, hindi kiss yun, kinagat na yun. Diba? Sexual assault na rin yun. Section 5B na yun ng 7610. Right? Okay, so yun. Next slide. Now, the court clarifies that when jurisprudence refers to mere touching, it is not sufficient that the penis grazed over the pudendum or the fleshy surface of the labia majora. Instead, what jurisprudence considers as consummated rape, when it describes the penis touching the vagina, is the penis penetrating the cleft of the labia majora, however minimum or slight. Similarly, a mere grazing by the penis of the fleshy portion, not the vulval cleft of the labia majora, will also constitute only attempted rape and not consummated rape, since the same cannot be considered to have achieved the slightest level of penetration. Stated differently, the court here elucidates that the mere touch of the penis on the labia majora legally contemplates not mere surface touch or skin contact, but the slightest penetration of the vulval or pudendal cleft, however minimum in degree. As I said earlier, that's the case of People versus Efren Agaw. Very slight lang. Iba yung slight, iba yung dito. No? Bakit hindi natuloy? Maraming circumstances kung ba't naging attentive yan. Next slide, please. People versus XXX 262846, a February 18, 2025 case where the accused was charged with rape and attempted rape of his daughter. Now, the regional trial court convicted the accused of rape and unjust vexation. Instead na attempted rape, unjust vexation daw. Now, the Supreme Court convicted the accused, binaliktad ni Supreme Court, the Supreme Court convicted the accused of rape and attempted rape. Ano ba nangyari dito? Naghubad na ng kanyang trousers si tatay. Tapos nung naghubad na siya ng trousers, ay sumampa na siya dito sa bata. And ni-rape na niya before. Sumampa na siya. Hinubadan na niya yung bata. No? Yung bata, nasipa siya. De tumalsik siya. Tumakbo na yung bata. Attempted rape, alam na mag-gymnastics sila at mag-calisthenics na nakahubad. Sabi ng Supreme Court, attempted rape na yun. Ano pa hintayin mo? Kung hindi pa nasipa yun, hindi na-rape pa yung bata. No? Okay, next slide. Now, statutory rape is different from qualified rape as to the modes of commission, circumstances present, and prescribed penalties. Now, under Article 266-A, Paragraph 1, Subparagraph D of the Revised Penal Code, statutory rape is carnal rape of a woman below 12 years of age regardless of her consent or the lack of it to the sexual act. Binago na po yan ng Republic Act 11648. No? Okay. Proof of force, intimidation, or consent is unnecessary. The absence of free consent is conclusively presumed when the victim is below the threshold age. The law presumes that the victim does not possess discernment and is incapable of giving intelligent consent to the sexual act, rather. Also, the sexual intercourse of the mental retardate whose intellectual age is below 12 years old constitutes statutory rape under Article 266-A, Paragraph 1, Subparagraph D of the Revised Penal Code. The prescribed penalty for statutory rape is reclusion perpetua. Of course, we have Republic Act 11648 and kumbaga, yun siya nga sinusunod. We'll go to that later. Medyo po muna tayo intermission at let's welcome po si Ma'am. Sige po. Tagal pa po ito, ma'am. Mainip kayo. Ayaw niyo, ma'am. Ako tuloy ko lang po. Okay lang po. Sige po, thank you po. Okay, next slide. In contrast, we talked about statutory rape, no? Qualified rape is sexual congress against the will of the woman attended to by any of the aggravating and or qualifying circumstances enumerated in Republic Act number 7659 and the Republic Act number 8353, no? Anchored on the relationship, moral ascendancy, or influence between the parties. Abuse of authority on the part of the accused, ignominy in the commission of the offense, personal circumstances and conditions of the victim, and additional or resulting consequences of the crime. These are special qualifying circumstances which alter the nature of the crime of rape and warrant the increase of the imposable penalty. The prescribed penalty for qualified rape is death penalty. Mahilig po kasi qualified statutory rape, wala na pong ganon. So it's either qualified rape lang or statutory rape. Next slide. Now, sabi po ng Supreme Court, for clarity and uniformity, the court now fixes the guidelines. May guidelines na ha, as to the proper designation of the offense when the elements of both statutory rape, meaning to say, the victim is below the statutory age or is suffering from mental retardation comparable to the intellectual capacity of a child below the statutory age, and qualified rape, again, meaning to say, twin circumstances of minority and relationship or the age of the victim being below 7 years old or the accused's knowledge of the mental disability of the victim at the time of the commission of rape are present. Thus, ito po yung guidelines. Next slide. The crime, number 1, shall be denominated as qualified rape of a minor and not qualified statutory rape if any of the special qualifying aggravating circumstances is present. Meaning to say, the twin circumstances of minority and relationship or the age of the victim below 7 years old, the accused's knowledge of the mental disability of the victim at the time of the commission of rape. This rule shall apply whether the victim is below the statutory age or is suffering from mental retardation comparable to the intellectual capacity of a child below the statutory age. The second, the crime shall be denominated as qualified rape of a minor and not qualified statutory rape if the crime is attended with 2 or more special qualifying aggravating circumstances, meaning to say the twin circumstance of minority and relationship or the age of the victim being below 7 years old, or the accused's knowledge of the mental disability of the victim at the time of the commission of rape. One of these aggravating circumstances is sufficient to qualify the crime. The unutilized special qualifying aggravating circumstances will be deemed as generic aggravating circumstances, which may be appreciated if the facts warrant the imposition of a divisible penalty. Meaning to say, the existence of privilege mitigating circumstance under Article 69 of the Revised Penal Code. Di ba, meron binababa. Maraming, for the non-lawyers po, kapag maraming may mga circumstances, paano binababa yung penalty sa pag-impose ng penalty po? Minsan, kaya po sinasabi ng ibang lawyers, aminin mo na. Kasi pag inamin, 2 years ang baba nun. May baba po yun. Pag hindi hinuli, voluntary surrender, may another na naman na baba. So bumababa siya ng bumababa yung mga penalties na yan. Okay? And penalties in cases of prostrated and attempted felonies and for accomplices and accessories pursuant to Articles 50 to 57 of the Revised Penal Code. Otherwise, any unutilized aggravating circumstances shall not be considered in the application of penalties. Okay? Next slide, please. So finally, the term statutory age in these guidelines shall mean either below 12 years old or under 16 years old, depending on whether the crime of rape was committed before or after the effectivity of Republic Act number 11648. Itong sa Republic Act 11648, ano ba siya? Yung statutory age natin, sinasabi, pag ang biktima below 12, statutory rape yan. Kaya pumayag si victim, kaya hindi, kaya siya si victim pa yung volunteer na sumama sa'yo, statutory rape yan. Pero dumating si Republic Act 11648, medyo tinaas niya. Ginawa niyang below 16. Kaya lang, meron exceptions. May 3 exceptions yan. Unang-una, dapat non-exploitative. Tapos yung offender must not be more than 3 years older sa victim. Isipin mo, baka boyfriend yan, ano? And third, dapat non-consensual. Okay? So in essence, pag yung below 16, hindi pa talaga. Meron pa siya mga exceptions. Pero, pag below 13, yan, kay boyfriend yan, kay pumayag yan, etc., it's statutory rape. So, in essence, tumaas lang ng 1 taon. No? Walang qualifications yun, walang exemptions. Next slide. Now, yung Republic Act 8353 or the anti-rape law ng anong year, 1987 ba yun, expanded the concept of rape to cover gender-free rape, reclassified rape as a crime against persons, and introduction of rape by sexual assault as differentiated from the traditional rape through carnal knowledge or rape through sexual intercourse. Rape through sexual intercourse, organ rape or penile rape, rape by sexual assault, instrument or object rape, or gender-free rape or homosexual rape. Inintroduce din ng Republic Act 8353 yung marital rape na tinatawag natin. Na alam ko may pumalag na isang high-ranking official, at sinabi paano pag in-hit siya, 'di ba? Ako naman sumasagot mag-isa, sabi ko habang nanonood ng TV, ikaskas mo sa pader. 'Di ba? Kasi kumbaga, I find it really offensive, no, yung mga remark na ganon. Next slide, please. Okay, punta tayo dito sa other acts of abuse ng 7610. Section 10A of Republic Act 7610 punishes not only those enumerated under Article 59 of PD 603 as amended, but also 4 distinct acts. Ano ba si Article 59? Siya po ay sa Child and Youth Welfare Code. No? May mga offenses doon na sinasabi will be punished under the revised penal code. Merong wala. Hindi covered po ito. 4 distinct acts. First, child abuse, child cruelty, child exploitation, and being responsible for conditions prejudicial to the child's development. Etong unang illustrate siya ng case ng Gonzalo Araneta versus People. Ano naman ang ginawa nitong Gonzalo Araneta versus People na to? No? Kumbaga, in love siya dito sa 15-year-old na girl. Nag-aral sa bayan. Sinundan niya. Minsan naglalakad, sinundan niya hanggang dormitory, hanggang sa loob ng boarding house. Tapos sinara niya yung pinto, buti nandun yung kapatid na younger. Bigla niyang pinagahalikan. Kinasuhan siya ngayon ng Section 10A of Republic Act 7610. Sabi niya, hindi, ano lang yun, acts of lasciviousness lang yun. Siyempre, 6 years lang ng penalty noon pag acts of lasciviousness. Sabi ng Supreme Court, no, that's not acts of lasciviousness. That's child abuse, sabi ng Supreme Court. Yan. No? Ito namang si Leonilo Sanchez, may utang sa kanya yung parents ng bata. Hindi siya nababayaran. Nagdala siya ng 1 galon ng gasolina. Ang purpose niya, susunugin niya yung bahay nung nag-utang sa kanya. Sinalubong siya nitong batang 14 years old. May daladalang 2x2, hahatawin siya. Siyempre, mas matanda siya, di ba? Nakuha niya yung 2x2, pinaghahataw niya yung bata. Kinasuhan siya naman under this law. Sabi niya, no, that's just physical injuries. Sabi ng Supreme Court, no, that's child cruelty. Okay? Etong si Ireneo Magno, naglalakad sa town fiesta, nagsiswing ng arms. Swing ng arms. Sa pagsiswing ng arms niya, ang pinipili naman niya na maglalanding yung kamay niya dun sa mga genital area ng mga batang babae, teenager. Sabi ko, ano ba naman yung kamay na yan? Namimili ng lalandingan. No? So ngayon, sabi ng Korte Suprema, yun ang defense niya. Hindi daw, by chance lang. Sabi ng Korte Suprema, hindi. That is child abuse. Oh, 'di ba? So kitang-kita natin 'yan. Okay, let's go to the next slide. May tanong, frequent na tanong. May a parent who fails or refuses to do his part in providing his child education, his station in life and financial condition permit be charged for neglect of child under Article 59, Paragraph 4 of PD 603. Ang sabi ng batas, the law expressly penalizes any person who commits other acts of neglect, child abuse, cruelty, or exploitation, or be responsible to the child's development, including those covered by Article 59 of PD 603, but not covered by the revised penal code. Ito pa yung answer, next slide. The neglect of a child punished under Article 59, Paragraph 4 of PD 603 or the Child and Youth Welfare Code is also a crime known as indifference of parents, penalized under the second paragraph of Article 277 of the Revised Penal Code. Hence, it is excluded from the coverage of Republic Act 7610. So, ayan po yung case. No? So, hindi kasama yon sa 7610. Next slide. Ito na naman. Alam niyo po, ako'y nalulungkot kapag tuwing nung araw, when I was still in active service, mag-aakyat ng petition for review, i-dismiss ng piskalya yung case kasi yung hymen intact. Sus Mariosep, no? Sabi dito na Supreme Court, an intact hymen does not negate a finding that the victim was raped. And a freshly broken hymen is not an essential element of the crime of rape. Andito po si Dr. Bernie Madrid, sinasabi niya, yung hymen na yan, para daw yung rubber, no? Merong mga hymen daw na masyadong masyadong parang flexible na pwedeng parang rubber band ba? No, nangihiram pa nga siya nung panali sa buhok para i-illustrate yung si hymen. No, so yung mga hymen hindi pare-pareho po yan. Okay, so pwede distensible yan, pwedeng And then po ang pagpapatotoo ko, nandiyan siya. Okay, next slide. The essence of rape is the carnal knowledge of a woman against her consent. A freshly broken hymen is not one of its essential elements. Ayan po yung cases. Although the deeply healed lacerations on her hymen was inflicted earlier than the time of the alleged rape incident, such does not automatically result to acquittal. Suffice it to say that a medico-legal report is not indispensable to the prosecution of a rape case. It is an evidence that is merely corroborative in nature. Yun, corroborative evidence siya. Next slide, please. Now, proof of hymenal laceration is not an element of rape. Talagang hindi mo makikita yan sa Revised Penal Code. An intact hymen does not negate the finding that the victim was raped. To sustain a conviction for rape, full penetration of the female genital organ is not necessary. It is enough that there is proof of entry of the male organ into the labia of the pudendum of the female organ. Penetration of the penis by entry into the lips of the vagina, even without laceration of the hymen, is enough to constitute rape, and even the briefest of contact is deemed rape, as long as the attempt to insert the penis results in contact with the lips of the vagina, even without rupture or laceration of the hymen, the rape is consummated. I vividly remember Dr. Bernie saying that parang yung cup ng ginagamit niyo sa coffee, eto daw yung entry, yung hymen daw nasa likod pa raw na likod. So pwedeng hindi yan maabot, di ba, no, tambako. Yun, see? Nakikinig ako pag-lecture. Next slide. Now, carnal knowledge of a woman who is a mental retardate is rape without requiring proof that the accused used force or intimidation in committing the act. Ayan po yung series of cases. Next slide. Here, to my colleagues at the National Prosecution Service, I would say former, because I'm now not active in the service anymore, the Supreme Court distinguished between deprived of reason. Yun daw, those suffering from mental abnormality, deficiency, or retardation, and demented. Iba yung demented. Ito yung mental deterioration, madness, insanity. Now, a mental retardate is classified as a person deprived of reason and not one who is demented. And carnal knowledge of a mental retardate is considered rape under subparagraph B, not subparagraph D, of Article 266-8, Paragraph 1 of the Revised Penal Code as amended. Okay. Kasi po, marami ako nakikitang information. Information po, tinatawag na indictment, no? Sa ibang bansa, na nakasulat diyan, palaging demented. Hindi po siya demented. Deprived of reason. Okay? Ayan na po yung clarification. Next slide, please. Now, each incident of rape should be proven beyond reasonable doubt, no? There is no exact account made in open court as to the other incidents of rape, but the circumstances and specific details narrated in the victim's sinumpang salaysay. Now, the victim identified her sinumpang salaysay as their own in the witness stand. It does form part of her direct testimony, and its contents were subjected to cross-examination by the defense. The accused was convicted of the 3 counts of rape. Bakit pag nagpe-present kayo sa court, yung victim, pinesent mo, ni-rape siya ng 5 beses, ikakwento niya yung first incident, detail. Pagdating sa second incident, tinamad na siguro. Sasabihin sa'yo, ganun din po. Ay, yung third incident, ganun din po. Yung fourth incident, ganun din po. Hindi pwede yon. Pagkwentuhin ninyo ng each incident kung ano ang nangyari. Okay? Next slide. Now, a child of tender years may be asked leading questions under Section 10 of Rule 132 of the Rules of Court. Section 20 of the 2000 Rule on Examination of a Child Witness also provides that the court may allow leading questions in all stages of the examination of a child if the same will further the interests of justice. The said rule was formulated to allow children to give reliable and complete evidence, minimize trauma to children, encourage them to testify in legal proceedings, and facilitate the ascertainment of truth. Nabanggit ko na po yan kanina. Next slide. Now, the Supreme Court cited Section 19, or the mode of questioning of the rule on examination of a child witness. The court may allow the child witness to testify in a narrative form. Now, every child of sound mind with the capacity to perceive and make known his perception can be believed in the absence of any showing of an improper motive to testify. I have encountered defense counsels who, kumbaga, raises objection to high heavens because the witness is a child. Sabihin ko naman, Your Honor, please, may I please suggest to my esteemed compañero here to read the rule on examination of a child witness. Okay? So that's the way, no, to counter the said objection. Next slide. Okay, in the case of George Bongalon versus People, kasi meron nagkwento sa akin, 2 bata, school children, nag-away. Siyempre, umuwi na sa bahay, no? Pagkatapos, etong magulang, tatay nitong isa, nagsama pa yata ng adult, bumalik at ginulpi etong bata na kaaway. Tanong, child abuse ba yan? Prosecutors, what's your answer? Child abuse ba yan? Wala akong nadidinig. Sumuko kayo kay Chip Dong. Child abuse ba yan? Yes or no? Ha? Ba't wala? Biglang nawala yung mga prosecutor, naging ghost prosecutors. Ha? Anong sagot nyo? Child abuse ba yan? Very good. Sinabi na kaninang whether habitual or not, di ba? Child abuse yun. Now, in this particular case, baka nasa isip ninyo dito, sa kaso ni George Bongalon versus People. Anong kaso ito? Si Mr. Bongalon nanonood ng prosesyon. Yung kanyang only daughter na bata pa, kasama sa prosesyon. Siyempre, proud daddy siya. Pinapanood niya, baka nagbibideo-video pa siya. Nakita niya yung little boy sa likod ng anak niya. Yung kandila, sinusunog na yung buhok ng anak niya. Uminit yung ulo niya. Biglang pinuntahan niya yung bata, nabigwasan niya. Kinasuhan siya under Section 10A of RA 7610. Ang sabi ng Korte Suprema, he acted out of passion or obfuscation. Kasi nakita, sinusunog na yung buhok ng anak niya, natural. Kung unika-iha pa niya yun, di magagalit talaga. Sabi ng Supreme Court, not every instance of the laying of hands on a child constitutes the crime of child abuse under Section 10A of Republic Act 7610. Only when the laying of hands is shown beyond reasonable doubt to be intended by the accused to debase, degrade, or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of the child as a human being should it be punished as child abuse. Otherwise, it is punished under the revised penal code under physical injuries. Tingnan natin yung next slide. Ito naman yung case ni Ryan Sumile versus People. The accused is the father of an 8-year-old victim's classmate who engaged in a fist fight, no? Nag-away sila. Etong si akusado, nakisali si tatay. Grabe. Pulled the victim's hair, twisted the victim's arm, and threw victim to the ground. Not natural. The accused was convicted by the Supreme Court of violation of Section 10A of Republic Act 7610. And it's not habitual, minsan lang nangyari. Next slide, tingnan pa natin. While the cases pertain to the commission of child abuse by physical deeds, meaning to say the laying of hands against a child, the same treatment has also been extended to the utterance of harsh words, invectives, or expletives against minors. In Escolano versus People, which involved facts similar to the instant case, the court held that the mere shouting of invectives at a child when carelessly done out of anger, frustration, or annoyance does not constitute child abuse under Section 10A of RA 7610, absent evidence that the utterance of such words were specifically intended to debase, degrade, or demean the victim's intrinsic worth and dignity. Namura niya kasi may ginawang masama yung mga bata. Minsan yung pagmumura ng PI, alam niyo na yung PI, no? Nung araw, yung isang presidenteng alam ko, mahilig mag-PI. 'Di ba? So, parang nagiging natural na. Next slide, tingnan natin. Now, the mitigating circumstance of passion and or obfuscation only applies if the act of the victim is both unlawful and sufficient to produce such condition of mind. Dapat unlawful yung ginagawa, mali yung ginagawa ng bata para ma-invoke niya nung accused yung defensa niya, no? A child who fell asleep while attending to a business establishment is not an offense at all and could not give rise to an impulse sufficiently powerful to naturally produce a justified diminution of an adult self-control. Yung bata pinagbabantay ng Xerox. Eh syempre, yung Xerox siguro yung ganyan ng ganyan, ganyan ng ganyan. Nakatulog yung bata. No? Anong ginawa nitong offender? Pinlansya ba naman yung bata? Tama ba yun? Unlawful ba yung nakatulog siya? Eh syempre, siguro na ganyan-ganyan, kikita niya, nakatulog. Next slide. In this case, Christine Fernandez E. Medina versus People, the two children were harmed physically by the accused. She used pliers do sa tenga ng bata. Pinlayers niya. Where a minor victim's testimony is corroborated by the physical findings of cruelty, like in this case, there is sufficient basis for concluding that the minor complainant was telling the truth. No, physical evidence is of the highest order and speaks more eloquently than all witnesses put together. Next slide. Erlinda Escolano E. Ignacio versus People. Now, the accused was charged with violation of Section 10A of Republic Act 7610. The Supreme Court modified and convicted accused of other light threats. Verily, Section 10A of Republic Act number 7610, in relation thereto, Section 3B of the same law, highlights that in child abuse, the act by deeds or words must debase, degrade, or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as a human being. Debasement is defined as the act of reducing the value, quality, or purity of something. Degradation, on the other hand, is a lessening of a person's or thing's character or quality, while demean means to lower in status, condition, reputation, or character. The expression, yan putang ina mo, is a common enough utterance in the dialect that is often employed not really to slander but rather to express anger or displeasure. In fact, more often it is just an expletive that punctuates one's expression of profanity. Bakit siya nagalit? Eh, yung mga bata, pinagbabato siya ng mga sachet ng ketchup. Oh, nagalit siya, nagmura siya. Sabi niya, papalabasin ko yung aso ko. Kaya ano na lang siya, light threats. Siyempre, may ginawang unlawful yung mga bata. Next slide, please. Malapit na po tayo. Nung case ni Evangeline Patulot Igalia versus People. Etong si accused, sinugod niya yung bahay nitong babae kung saan nandoon yung dalawang bata. Kasi, ang suspecha niya, chika bebs ng kanyang asawa. So, punta siya ron, di ba? Na-charge siya with Section 10A of RA 7610. Kasi may kaserola, nagluluto. Binuhos niya yung kaserola doon sa nanay, natamaan yung mga bata. Pati yung mga bata nalapnos. Sabi na Supreme Court, Corollary Section 2 of the Rules and Regulation on the Reporting and Investigation of Child Abuse Cases defines the term child abuse as the infliction of physical or psychological injury, cruelty to or neglect, sexual abuse, or exploitation of a child. In turn, the same section defines physical injury as those that include but are not limited to lacerations, fractured bones, burns, internal injuries, severe injury, or serious bodily harm suffered by a child. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for listening. Tapos na po yun. Pwede nyo na po kong tanongin, pero mamaya na po kaya, part nyo muna yung question nyo. Si ma'am po muna. Part nyo muna yung question nila.
So, thank you so much, Saspi Nini, for that. But before we continue with Saspi Nini's question and answer, which will happen, we would like to welcome Secretary Amena F. Pangandaman of the Department of Budget and Management. Sec. Pangandaman is a visionary economist and public servant currently serving as the Secretary of the DBM. She is of Maranao descent and the first Muslim woman to lead the DBM and remains the only woman member of the Philippine Economic Team. She is also the chairperson of the Philippine Open Government Partnership, which, under her leadership, once again became a member of the Global OGP Steering Committee beginning October 2024, and in February 2025, hosted the OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting for the first time. Participated in by over 1,000 open government champions and reformers from more than 40 countries. She champions inclusive budgeting and the promotion of greater transparency, accountability, and strengthened public participation in governance. She advocated for the salary increase and medical allowance of government employees and for reforms in compensation and career progressions systems for public school teachers and school heads. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome Sec Nina to give us a few words of support.
Okay lang? Feeling beauty queen, feeling Yusek Marge. Hindi kailangan ng platform. To Undersecretary Margarita Gutierrez, Ma'am, good afternoon po. Assistant Secretary Anika S. Gangong, good afternoon po. Meron din po tayo from PNP, PB Genshelo Portento. Ay, ma'am, hello po, from the Women Children Desk. Good afternoon po. Sec Ada Polico from DSWD is also here. Ma'am, good afternoon. Commissioner Bed A. Epes of CHR. Sir, good afternoon. And our participants from, of course, our colleagues from the Department of Justice, partners from civil society organizations, fellow public servants, honored guests, and to all the participants of the Justice Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, good day to all of you po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is an honor to join the Department of Justice in this important gathering. This summit is about reaffirming our commitment to a justice system that is truly accessible to every Filipino, especially to the most vulnerable, and working together to make justice inclusive and equitable. We gather at a time when public institutions are susceptible to criticism. People demand accountability and results, not promises. They expect efficiency, but also empathy in public service. This summit helps us ensure that our justice system is inclusive, humane, and accessible, especially to the most vulnerable sectors of our society. During this 3-day summit, we will listen to the personal experiences of children, women, persons with disabilities, senior citizens, and persons deprived of liberty. Stories of courage, struggle, and perseverance. Our work is to co-create meaningful and lasting reforms for them. As chairperson of the Philippine Open Government Partnership, or the PHOGP, I take great pride in witnessing the DOJ at the forefront of this effort. Because open government and open justice are, in truth, two sides of the same coin, both grounded in the same aspiration that government must be transparent, accountable, and participatory, not only in form, but in spirit. For many years, the DOJ has been one of our strongest partners in the PHOGP, helping shape our commitments that truly bring government closer to the people. As early as PHOGP's second National Action Plan, the DOJ is one of the implementing agencies in championing transparency and accountability through its commitment to support the passage of legislation on access to information and the protection of whistleblowers, aiming to include the FOI and whistleblower protection bills in the executive's priority agenda. This early effort reflected the DOJ's recognition that justice begins with openness, when citizens are empowered to seek information. Amid ongoing challenges to integrity and governance, the Department of Justice has continued to strengthen its efforts to address corruption. This is a concern that affects not only systems, but also the everyday trust of our people. The DOJ ensures that cases involving misuse of public funds are handled with transparency and fairness. In coordination with the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, the National Bureau of Investigation, and the oversight bodies, the DOJ continues to identify irregularities, pursues accountability, and recovers public resources. These efforts remind us that justice is not only about enforcing laws. It also requires us to earn the people's confidence in the institutions that they serve. When we address corruption decisively and fairly, we help restore faith in government and reinforce the principle that integrity must guide every public action. Likewise, the DOJ's partnership with the Supreme Court and the Justice Sector Coordinating Council, or the JSCC, in implementing the Justice Zone Initiative stands as a beacon of interagency collaboration under the PHOGP framework. These justice zones, now operational in key cities nationwide, exemplify open justice in action, where police, prosecutors, public defenders, correctional officials, and local government units coordinate seamlessly to deliver timely and humane justice. In June of this year, the Supreme Court, together with the DOJ and the DILG, convened the second National Justice Zone Summit, a gathering that showcased tangible outcomes from faster case resolution, improved coordination among justice actors, and proactive responses to the perennial challenges of jail congestion. Through these justice zones, our institutions have proven that when openness meets collaboration, justice becomes not only more efficient, but also more compassionate. And finally, our collective advocacy for the passage of the Right to Information Law continues to unite reformers across sectors. In recent months, we have also had the privilege of working closely with the DOJ in refining the proposed RTI bill, a measure that will finally institutionalize every Filipino's constitutional right to access to information. The DOJ's insights shared through our roundtable and focus group discussions have been truly invaluable. Your legal expertise help us refine key provisions, ensuring that the bill strikes the right balance between the people's right to know and the protection of legitimate state interests. The RTI bill is a key governance reform. Access to information means access to justice. When citizens understand how government works, they are empowered to engage, to question, and to participate in shaping policies that affect their lives. These achievements, from ease of doing business reforms to the expansion of justice zones to the continued push for an RTI law, reflect the strength of our justice institutions working in unison under the banner of open government. When justice institutions are transparent, citizens tend to trust them. When agencies are accountable, systems improve. And when people are heard, governance is felt. As your budget secretary, I am always reminded that in everything we do, we should keep in mind that our national budget is not just a plain financial plan, but a moral statement of what we value as a nation. When we allocate our resources to access to justice programs, legal aid, women's production, or prison reform, we are investing not only in projects, but in people and in principles. That is the same foundation upon which the PHOGP stands, making sure that transparency, accountability, and participation are not optional, but operational and embedded in every level of governance. As we look ahead, the challenge for all of us is to maintain the momentum. The next chapter of open government and open justice requires not only good laws and systems, but shared leadership. We must continue to break silos and strengthen coordination across all institutions, from national agencies to local government units, from courts to communities, from policymakers down to the citizens. And we must ensure that every reform we pursue, whether in policy, budgeting, or justice delivery, leads to a tangible improvement of people's lives. On behalf of the DBM and the PHOGP, I encourage all of our partners, including those from the Department of Justice, the judiciary, law enforcement, our civil society partners, academe, the youth, to continue deepening our partnership and collaboration. Let us sustain our efforts, not just to comply with our commitments, but to co-create solutions that transform lives by building more justice zones that truly serve the people on the ground, by ensuring that no one is left behind in our legal processes, and by institutionalizing transparency so that every Filipino will live in a bagong Pilipinas as envisioned by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., where justice works for them. We believe that the open government is governance that works towards the attainment of social justice. That is the promotion of the welfare of all people. Together, let us champion justice with resolve and unity. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Sec Pangandaman. Before we let you go, please allow us some time for some auto ops with you, as well as our principals here today, namely Commissioner Beda Epres, ASEC at Anika Granong, USEC Marge Gutierrez, USEC Wong from the Department of Budget and Management, ASEC Ada from DSWD, PV Jen Portento, Saspinini, Doc Bernie, Dear Vanya. Please go on stage. Sorry.
Hello po. Era, please to meet. Era po nung next week. Retire na po. Wala, maraming excitement.
Everybody smile. We would like to call on the principals to go down on stage for the group shot ball with the crowd. For the crowd, for the participants, please stand so that you may be a part of the photos. Sama ko this time. for the same-day edit. Okay, thank you everybody for participating. Okay, let's give ourselves some time to settle down. And when we have, let's continue with the question and answer portion with Saspi Nini. I'm sure nobody has forgotten anything that she said. Ay.
Okay. So, I'm ready now to be abused. Okay? So, meron ako pong nalimutan. Minsan may mga bata nagtatanong, hindi ako paniniwalaan. Saan ako pupunta? May mga partners po ang mga kapulisan at saka ang DOJ. Ang amin pong suki, ang Child Protection Network ng UP Philippine General Hospital na Executive Director po si Dr. Bernadette Madrid. Yan po ang aming favorite partner. Consuelo Foundation, na walang sawang nagbibigay noon po sa DOJ ng mga tools to use para magamit namin sa mga bata. At saka yung mga iba pong NGOs dyan. And I have worked with several NGOs po, no? Before. Tapos po sa sariling DOJ naman po, may tinatawag kaming Victims Compensation Program. Yung biktima po ng karahasan, especially rape, no? Binibigyan po ng financial assistance ng DOJ. But you should file the application within 6 months, no? Pagkapangyari noong insidente. Okay? So aside from the Witness Protection Program, may binibigay pong financial assistance si DOJ under the Victims Compensation Program. Okay, tanong po. Tanungan na tayo.
Oh, yes.
Ayun. Yes po.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I am from Indigenous Children's Learning Centers.
Yes.
We're based in Tawi-Tawi,
Yes po.
in the far reaches. And since we were talking about justice and neglect, we work with probably some of the most neglected people and children in the country, the Sama Bajau.
Yes, I know po.
And what I'm worried about is that since they've faced a long-standing structural exclusion, especially in Tawi-Tawi and Holo, a lot of the children are working currently, which is neglect on the part of the parents. You see a lot of even children smoking, sometimes gambling in the middle of the street, as if they would be right out here. You'd see sometimes a 6-year-old with a cigarette passing it around while they gamble over coins. And what I'm worried about is how can we enforce the law and give them justice in a way that's also sensitive to this structural inclusion, because the parents are also struggling, working, fishing, not able to give a lot of space to their children because otherwise they risk skipping meals. So really, because of course the children deserve justice, they deserve a much better life, but how can we give it to them without penalizing them for the structural struggles that have been imposed on them? Thank you.
Yes. Earlier, we talked about the problem of implementation of the laws. We have very, very good laws. Actually, ang laws po natin nag-overlap na with each other. Tingnan ninyo si Republic Act 11930 or the OSAEC law. It lapsed into law. Maybe because the President thought that napirmahan ko na itong law na ito. Diba? Which is 11862, no? The mandatory law of human trafficking, no? We have very good laws, but we lack, we have poor implementation of these laws. You talked about the Bajau. We tried at the DOJ when I was still the active chairperson of the task force. We tried to to correct, no? Or to address this problem. Di ba pag Berna, andyan dyan na yung mga badyaw sa streets. Di ba? Naghihingi na sila ng limos, dala-dala yung mga bata nila. Ni-round up sila. And then, we were hoping that we can file charges against those who take advantage of them or those who exploit them. Pero wala, you know why? No? We asked them, the investigators, police investigators, and the prosecutors asked them, ano po ba, bakit kayo nakarating dito? Alam nyo ba, yung iba sa kanila nakarating dito on board an airplane. Binenta ang kanilang mga bangka para makabunta sa Maynila. Pagdating dito sa Maynila, meron silang nire-rent na place diyan sa may Pampanga, no? Tapos every day sa morning, may van, madadalhin sila sa Maynila where first they try to sell their wares, yung mga jewelry, pieces of jewelry. Pag naubos na daw yon, magpapalimos na sila. So, tanong namin, sino ang nag-organize sa inyo niyan? Sino, no? In a vain hope na may makasuhan kami ng human trafficking. Wala. Voluntary daw. At kasi narinig daw nila sa kanilang neighbor or kapitbahay or kababata na maraming pera sa Maynila. So that's the problem. So implementation po, sorry po, nandito po ako sa prosecuting arm ng government. Maybe po siguro ang matatanong natin, yung iba po nating government agencies in charge, no? Of, quote-unquote, rescuing children po, no? Kasi ayaw namin na pag pumasok sa arena namin ang mga bata na ito, ay pumapasok na po yan sa criminal justice system. Iwasan po natin yan. Kaya po hinahanap namin noon yung possible offender na pwede namin kasuhan ng human trafficking dahil we thought na may nag-o-organize, niloloko sila, nire-recruit sila, wala naman po pala. Totoo po yan. With a heavy heart, we had to dismiss. That's true po. Somehow po, did I enlighten you with my answer? Any other question po? Ay, doon sa likod po. May nagtataas ng kamay po. May nagtataas po ng kamay sa likod. Ayun po.
Hello?
Yes.
I'm Ollie Lucas. I'm with Unang Hakbang Foundation.
Apo.
You mentioned that when you have a situation of either a statutory rape or qualified rape, third party, that's actually a crime, a public crime, right? So that third parties can make a report on it.
Yes po.
Okay, I'd like to know what the procedure would be because in the course, like a couple of years ago, in the course of and looking for victims of early pregnancies, no? Because we were doing a research on that. We came across a child who is actually the girlfriend of a security guard. The security guard is some 30-plus-year-old male, and the girl was 14. They started their relationship, I think, when she was 12. All right? So the parents did not seem to care about it because the man was supporting the whole family. We did not know, actually, I did not know that we could actually have reported it. But now my question is, if we came across that situation again, how do we report that? Who takes charge of investigating, and how will that be investigated?
As I presented earlier po, ma'am, we have the Philippine National Police Women and Children's Desk, and they are very much trained how to handle such situations. And kung wala pong malayo po yung PNP at malapit yung NBI, punta po kayo doon sa Violence Against Women and Their Children's Desk po. So pwede po yun. Ngayon, with regard to rape, kung akala po nyo ni rape, okay. Si rape po, the crime of rape prescribes in 20 years. Anong ibig sabihin ng prescribes? Ganito po yan. Hirap po kasi mag-reduce from legal term to layman's terms. Parang gamot, medicine, may expiry po yan. Yon. Halimbawa, nangyari yan noong siya ay 5 years old. She has until 25 years of age na siya para i-report niya yung crime of rape. Pwede po yan. Yun po ang prescriptive period ng crime of rape. Ngayon po yung kung ang ko-complain ninyo doon sa sinabi niyong situation, itong si 14 years old na live-in dito kay si security guard na sinasabi niyo po, ano po? Tingnan po muna natin, kailan po nangyari yan? Before po kumbaga, kung before the enactment of that law against child marriages or child living in with a child, hindi pa po siya mapapunish niyan. Pero kung after the implementation of such law or after the effectivity rather of the said law, pwede na po siya isumbong siya. Pero kung rape po ang pag-uusapan natin, 20 years po ang prescriptive period ng rape.
Okay. This situation actually was after already in the enactment of the law increasing the age for statutory rape. And actually the child actually has had a baby. All right? So you've got a child who has a child. And that's how that's how she was referred to us. But see, my problem also is this, no? If you report it, let's say, even to my problem is actually the process of the investigation. I can report it to the WCPD, but most of the time they require that I bring the victim, process where you now actually go to the victim's house. You have individuals do the work of investigating. Because the whole problem of bringing the victim even to the WCPD, to my mind, is very, very problematic. I've had that issue during the COVID situation when we had to bring a victim to the WCPD. The child cried, could not make the narration. Then we have to schedule it again the following week when the investigator was available. And you bring the child already out of school. I mean, the whole thing just fell apart. All right? Now you have a situation, that's actually a cooperating family, all right? Now you have a situation here where the family does not even want to make a case. So how is that to be handled? What guidance can you give us?
Ma'am, actually, that the victim should be brought to the investigators. Okay? Bakit po kailangan makausap siya ng pulis? Bakit po siya kailangan makausap ng fiscal face-to-face or in person? Bakit po? Kasi po, kakasuhan natin ng isang tao ng isang krimen na madideprive siya ng liberty niya, maaring life or maaring for 20 to 40 years. No? Para po balance at makasunod tayo sa tinatawag natin constitutional mandate ng due process, dapat lahat po may karapatan, kailangan po makita po itong kabilang side, balance po ang pagtatakel natin ng mga problema. Hindi po tayo pwede naman po siguro, sabihan niyo yung magulang na kapag hindi ninyo yan pinayagan, siguro po you should ask the help of the barangay authorities or any law enforcement, pwede po kayong mapapanagot sa batas. Pwede po natin silang makasuhan under Section 10 of Republic Act 7610, yung neglect po nila sa bata at saka prejudicial yung ginagawa nila sa interes ng bata. Okay po? Pero alam niyo po ba, may sasabihin ako sa inyong isang case, yung Rodan Bangayan case. Sorry naman po, prosecutors, my colleagues, I forgot the citation, Senior citizen na po, pasensya na. No? In this particular case, the child was 12 years old. This is already decided by the Supreme Court. The child was already 12 years old. Yung kanyang nilive-in partner is an adult already. Nakasuhan, nakulong. Ngayon, siyempre sa conjugal visit, pinapasyalan pa rin ni bata. Nan may anak ng una, do sa kanya, nagkaanak. Aba, out of the conjugal visits, nagbuntis pa ulit, nagkaanak pa ulit. Anong sabi ng Korte Suprema? Kaya nakakatuwa po ito, pero do not ask me why, dahil hindi po ako Korte Suprema. Ano po? So, sabi ng Korte Suprema, we must uphold the family. Inakwit itong si Rodan Bangayan case. Nagulat po ako doon, no? Interest of the family, para daw mabuo, etc. Kasi yung pangalawang anak, nangyari nang nakakulong pa itong si Rodan. No? So, medyo kaiba po ang decision. Do not ask me why, because I'm not a justice of the Supreme Court. No po? And I'm not even a member of the Supreme Court except for the Philippine Judicial Academy where I am a professorial lecturer. Pero ganun po yung circumstances na yon. Yung sa inyo pong case, ma'am, pwede po siguro kayo manghingi ng tulong sa ating mga lawful authorities. First, we have the barangay, and then siguro the Philippine National Police. Po? Trained naman po sila, do not worry for the CSO. Sanay po sila mag-handle ng mga ganyang cases. Gone are the days na paniniwalaan ba ako, papagalitan ba nila ako? Wala na po yun, di na po uso yun.
Okay. No, I think my issue here is that, you having to, if you can maybe, have a different way of processing the complaint. Instead of having the child go to the office, because that's the same thing that we are going to get. If I reported this to the barangay BAU office, then I will have to bring the victim or the parent, to the office. If they don't want to come, then they will not come. But you're saying that this is a public crime. So I would have to expect that if it's a public crime, then the state should take the initiative of investigating, of going to the location, just trying to see what's going on, and then, and then be the ones to actually file instead of giving it, giving the responsibility to the CSO. I mean, put it this way: we are not trained for that. That is actually it's not specifically our mandate. We came across this because we were doing, a research, and we were going through the community. We actually we come across it in the process of our work. So we are not the experts on this. But if it is a public crime, I would expect the state, to take the initiative and change and make its processes more facilitative.
Ma'am, as you said, you have your own mandate. Pag ang fiscal po hindi pwede pumunta sa bahay, bakit po? Bias na siya. Dapat sa amin everything equal. I do not know if the law enforcers are open to this, but definitely the National Prosecution Service will not do that. Ayaw po namin sa masabihan kami na bias. Ba't pumunta yan sa bahay noon? Kampi na siya doon. Di ba? Ito po, may sasabihin daw po si Dr. Bernadette Madrid.
Sa research, when we do research, and it involves vulnerable children, part of the ethics approval, actually, before the research is done, is how you're going to handle disclosures of abuse by the child. So, when we did the national baseline study on violence against children, led by CWC, we had to present how are we going to do it. So, usually, what will be done will be, of course, your researcher should be trained to assess. If, for example, it's an urgent, then the child needs rescue immediately. In fact, in the consent of the child to do the research, part of the consent there is a statement about if during the research we find that your safety, you are at risk, then we will have to disclose the information to the SWD or the LGU social worker so that we can help you. So here, it's not about you, the researcher, bringing the child to the police or to the barangay. Prior to the research, you should already have an agreement with wherever you're doing the research whether it is an LGU social worker or the LGU social welfare office, that you would report, okay, urgent, if it's an urgent case, that you would report this case to them, and it is the LGU social worker who will go to the house and investigate. Now, depending again on the case, on how the investigation will go, it depends on the case. Okay, so in your case, where it was a 12 or a 14-year-old who has a child with an adult, that's actually very common. That is one of the most common referrals to us sa CPU, sa PGH from the OB department. It's like every day we have so many of those. The LGU social worker goes and does the investigation. It's not you, the researcher, who will do that. So it is the work of the LGU, and RA 7610 IRR states that within 48 hours, with reports of sexual abuse, the LGU should go and visit where the child, and assess the circumstances and do the investigation. Now, the problem is how quick is the LGU in doing this. That's why for those doing research, before you do the research, we already inform the LGU of the area so that they're ready to respond if you report, so that it will not take them a long time to respond, because we all know about how quick or how unquick the response can be. General Sheila.
So, for the WCPC naman po, we reach out actually. So pag may nakarating po sa aming mga referral na ganyan, we immediately deploy our personnel. That's why po, ina-advocate ko po, you follow us po sa FB page namin, PNP Women and Children Protection Center. Pwede po kayo mag-message dan. Ang duty po namin is 24/7. So immediately, kung malayo man po from our office, which is in Camp Crame, we will immediately contact the nearest WCPD covering that area. And kung gusto nyo rin po, another option is to tap the social worker sa LGU or DSWD for a welfare check. Pwede pong ganun yung maging approach. But of course, we would want to assure the public na pag na-inform po kami, we will immediately respond. Thank you.
Pero shocked talaga ako sa Supreme Court decision na yan. Something
I'm
is
not a
wrong.
justice. Okay, any other question or point of clarification? Yes po. Yun po siya.
Good afternoon po. I'm Annabel po from Kiwanis Club of Mendez, Cavite. So, as a retired teacher po, gusto ko lang pong itanong, ano pong batas dun sa 7610 ang nakakasakop sa mga bata na na-abuse ng mga, excuse for the word, ng mga bakla? Because once I had a student, 13 years, grade 6, na nasa medyo talagang mahirap sila, indigent family. So one time na nakita ko na nakakaroon na siya ng baon. Previously, binibigyan ko lang siya ng pang-recess niya. And then I discovered, ginagamit siya ng isang bakla doon sa amin, nandun sa palengke, at binibigyan siya ng pera. So ang matter na po yun, binarout out namin sa DSWD ng LGU, nagkaroon din po ng sa PNP. Then after that, pina-follow up namin, nalaman namin na yung baka na yun, pinatawag naman din na-release na. So, ano pong batas? Yun po ay diniscuss nyo kanina, pero doon po sa discussion ay mostly male and female, boy and girl, or bata at saka adult. So, ano pong batas ang nakakasakop doon? And yung po bang school ay may karapatan na mag-follow up sa DSWD kung ano na ang naging results ng kaso.
Ma'am, pag mabait po si fiskal at hindi ginalit si fiskal, isang kaso lang yan, either rape, sexual assault, or violation of Section 10A of 7610. Pag ginalit po si fiskal, malamang maraming kaso yan. Madagdag pa po si human trafficking dyan. Sabi na mamakla yung mga yan. Naku, promise po, marami pong kaso. Depende po sa elements ng case at pwede pong pagsabay-sabayin niya ni fiskal. Ngayon po naman, kapag in-endorse na ni PNP kay fiscal yan, si fiscal, ang flow po natin ganito for the non-lawyers po, pag file ninyo ng complaint ninyo kay law enforcer, PNP or the NBI, mag-iimbestiga po sila. Kukunan ng statement, etc., etc., blah, blah, blah. Sa Child Protection Unit, kung saan kami palaging suki, na sila, kumbaga parang kape 3-in-1 na yan. May kasama ng pulis silang kasama. Dediretso na po yan endorse po yan sa opisina ng fiscal. No?
So, bali po, same ang intensity ng mga bakla
Pag-take po
at bata.
Pwede
doon
po.
sa boy and girl or boy
Pwede
and
po. Marami po kami pwedeng ikaso dyan. Ngayon po, dito naman po sa pagdating ng piskalya, si fiskal naman, i-assess niya. Dapat ko bang kasuhan ito? Dapat ba ako mag-file ng case dito? Ilang kaso i-file ko dito? Kaya nga po sabi ko, pagka in good mood si fiskal at naaawa-awa, malamang isa, dalawa lang. Pero kapag ginalit si fiskal at antipatiko yung offender, ay naku, malamang mga 10 yan. No? Anyway po, so pagka-file ng case si fiskal, sa court na po. After nun, si court mag-issue na po yan ng warrant of arrest. Kulong na po siya. Opo. So, ganun po. Tapos, trial na po yan. So, yun po yung flow po natin.
So,
Opo.
thank you po. Thank
Opo.
you.
Marami pong kaso yan. Marami siyang kakaharapin. Depende po sa offense, ang prescriptive period niyan. Palagay ko, ilang taon po yung bata?
13.
13? Mukhang naghihintay. May mga prescriptive period yan na mga 10 to 20 years. Depende po sa action na ginawa.
So, pero
Apo.
actually, parang after ho nun, medyo nagbigay na ng bayad, natapos na yung kaso.
Ay, hindi naman po natatapos yung kaso sa pagbigay ng bayad. Pwede naman po yan ituloy naman po. Depende po sa bata. Minsan kasi, ang nakikipagkasundo yung magulang at hindi naman yung bata. Dapat po yung bata ang tinatanong. Okay po?
Okay po.
Okay. Ay, dun sa likod. Sige po.
Hello, good afternoon po. My name is Lian Emmanuel Asaron. I am representing Pinoy Plus Advocacy Pilipinas Incorporated.
Apo.
So, we are a PL-HIV support group. So, this is a people's organization of persons living with HIV. So, nag-bothered lang sa amin po kanina, yung nag-trigger dun sa isang case na hinandle namin, na merong isang nanay, buntis po yung nanay, tapos PL-HIV din yung nanay. Tapos merong isang babae na ini-encourage yung nanay na ibenta yung bata. Ibig sabihin, di pa po lumalabas yung bata sa sinapupunan. Tapos sinabi po nung isang girl na ibenta mo na yung bata kasi mamamatay ka naman din dun sa status mo. We are asking the DOJ kung meron po bang pwedeng ikaso or yung mga kasama ko po, we are having discussion kung kanino po ba dapat itanong ito, sa abogado or sa prosecutor diretso.
Pareho po yun, abogado tsaka prosecutor. Requirement po bago kayo maging prosecutor, abogado po kayo.
Yun po. Yun po yung case namin na gusto naming malaman kung ano yung pwedeng pwede bang kasuhan yung nag-encourage dun sa nanay na ibenta yung bata.
Pwede naman po kasi yung Republic Act 10364, Amendatory Act of Republic Act 9208, Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act, talks about child laundering. Definition of terms, no? Inisip ko nung araw, nung binasa ko siya for the first time yung bata, sabi ko, ang alam ko lang money laundering, ngayon may child laundering. Ano tong child laundering na to? Kukunin mo or nanakawin mo yung bata, and then, i-make it appear mo na yung bata iyo, tapos ibebenta mo sa iba. Thereby, hindi na malalaman yung pinagmulan ng mga bata. So, child laundering. Pwede ka din mamilid. Kung ginawa nila yon, child trafficking under RA 7610, pwede po din po yun. Pwede din naman, depende po, creative na si fiscal pagdating sa bagay na yun. Huwag lang gagalitin talaga, dadami yung kaso. So yun po, pwede po yun. Pwede po kayong diretso kay PNP. Meron po, dito si General Sheila po, oh.
Kasi yun po yung nag-trigger sa amin. Nung nalaman
Okay.
namin yung case na yun, hindi namin alam kung pwedeng kasuhan yung...
Pwede naman po.
Kasi as counterpart, kasi si DOJ po is a honorary member of the Philippine National AIDS Council of the Department of Health. So hindi po namin alam kung idediretso namin kay DOJ siya diretso or dadaan pa rin kami dun sa process ng...
Dadaan po kayo sa process.
Yun po.
Kasi hindi po si DOJ tumatanggap po ng diretso siyang gagawa ng statement. Hindi po gano'n ang kanyang mandato. Dadaan po talaga yan sa law enforcement. Okay po? Hindi po masyado nakakashock yung inyong kaso. Ang nakakashock po itong kaso ko, 3 days before my retirement, talagang piniga ako ni DOJ, no? I was in Pampanga, no? Anong ginagawa ko doon? Akusado yung nanay. Anong ginagawa ni nanay? Nagpapasex sa anak niyang lalaki na 11 years old online. At tapos siya isex yung kapatid na 5 years old naman. Oh. Pumunta kami sa korte. Buti nakakuha ako ng 23 years. Gusto ni nanay plea bargaining. O sige, papayag ako. Pero 23 years, hindi bababa sa 20 years. Next number of the program, how do you explain to the children that their mother will be incarcerated? Anong sinabi ko doon sa 11 years old kay Kurt? Kurt, aalis muna si mama ha. Si mama mo pupunta sa malayo. Mag-aaral siya para maging isang mabuting mama. Habang wala si mama, mag-aral ka mabuti. Tapos pag nagkatrabaho ka na, bili ka ng bahay. Tapos sunduin mo na si mama ha. Okay? Si Kisha naman, si 5 years old. Ikaw naman Kisha, anong gusto mo maging paglaki mo? Gusto ko maging yaya. Yaya talaga. Sige na nga. Sama ka kay Kuya Kurt, ha? Pag sinundo niya si mama mo, ha? Pag may bahay na kayo, ha? Opo. Paano mo ipapaliwanag sa mga bata nga ito ng nanay nila makukulong? 'Di ba? At si nanay naman, sinabihan ko, ikaw, pumapayag na ako sa offer mong plea bargaining. Instead, dapat 2 life imprisonment yun eh. Papayag na ako. Pero habang nasa malayo ka, mag-aral ka naman maging isang mabuting ina. Tayong mga nanay, kahit gutom na tayo, isusubo na lang natin, ibibigay pa natin sa ating mga anak. Umiyak siya, umiyak si jailer niya, pati yung mga katabi niyang nakaposas, umiyak. No? Actually, ang mahirap po dito, ipaliwanag sa mga bata, especially kung yung nanay ang involved. Paano mo ipapaliwanag sa kanila? Kasi palagi nasa isip niyan, nakulong ang nanay ko dahil sa akin. No? Yun po yung part na napakahirap. And then, anong nahirap, ano pang naging, obstacle sa kaso na yan? Sabi nung judge, I want to know if the children are willing to waive the civil liability of the mother. Sige nga, 11 years old yun, paano ko papaliwanag yan? Siyempre, punta ako sa bata. Alam mo, Kurt, Kisha, kasi gusto ni judge magbayad si mama mo eh. Di pa wala naman siya trabaho. Opo, magbabayad ba siya? Hindi po. Gusto naman, balik na naman sa courtroom. Your Honor, the children are willing to waive the civil liability of the mother. Imagine nyo, yan po yung pinakamahirap na part. I mean, aside from being emotionally involved, you try your best not to be involved. Because you always think, pag kayo nagpadala sa damdamin nyo, umiyak kayo, nauna pa kayo sa bata, sinong tutulong sa mga bata? Pag kayo mahina na. Tama? Magpakatatag. No? Bata iyan. Another question po, bago tayo, ayaw na ni Madam Andrea. Last one? Last one daw. Sige. Isa pa. Meron pa po? Wala na? Yes po.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Lilian. Si Patrick po ng DSWD, Peace and
Yes.
Development, Buong Bansa Mapayapa. Just a hypothetical question this time, because in our office we handle children in situations of armed conflict. In many of these cases, these specific SEACs also may have been involved in armed conflict because of their parents. Example, what if they're active rebels who have their children join them in the armed struggle. And naturally, under the law, under RA 1188, they should be liable for exposing their child to this conflict, or even having them hold the gun or whatever it may be. But what if there's a scenario where the parents themselves surrender, return to the folds of the law, and they also bring their child with them, so all three of them are able to return to the return to the law? How should in the end of the SWD, we need to provide assistance to them, to all three of them, especially as as entire family, ideally. In what we'd like to have the opinion of the justice sector. How should we look at the parents, considering that they were indeed guilty for exposing their child to crimes against RA 1188, but they also returned to the folds of the law and also bringing their child back? How should considering we have a joint protocol on Kane plus D, how should we approach this matter?
Okay, first, our concern here is the children, right?
Yes.
Okay. Practically and realistically, no child would like to file cases against their parents. Tama? Tama ba yun? Okay. So, mahirap talaga yan. No? So, let's forget about bunay side ng parents. Punta tayo sa bata, focus tayo sa bata. You determine discernment first. Did they do this particular offense because their parents wanted them to do this? Inutos lang ba yan? Diba? Or voluntarily nilang ginawa yon. Kung ganun man, meron kang discernment, no discernment, they still have the rights and privileges under Republic Act 9344 or the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act. Ngayon, the part of the parents, if you think na magiging liable sila under Section 10A of RA 7610, think again. No? Hindi ba yung pag-surrender nila comes with the surrender, di ba yung mga pardon ng crimes, blah, 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 etc., etc. No? Baka nakasama na yon. So, concentrate ka sa bata. This with discernment ba yan? With no discernment? With discernment, they still have the rights and privileges under Republic Act 9344. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. So, siguro po with that, dito po si Ma'am Andrea. Maraming salamat po for listening.
Thank you, Sashvi Alejo. You remain to be a great force to be respected and admired in the field of child protection, and we are blessed to have you impart us with your priceless knowledge. So before anything else, I know that that was a bit hard to take in. So let's have a 10-minute health break. We do have some snacks outside for you to enjoy. So let's meet back here at 3:40 for the message of support of Commissioner Belda Epres. Thank you so much.